welcome you and thank you for being here. The Executive Secretary of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, Ms. Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Dr. R. Kalapurakal, the Permanent Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Ambassador T. Chifamba, and other permanent secretaries who are here present, senior government officials, members of various commissions that are also here present, the President of the Chiefs National Council, Honorable Senator M. Kumalo, and other traditional leaders who have graced us, the Chairman for the Africa Economic Development Strategies, Dr. F. Matanire, the Executive Director of African Economic Development Strategies, Professor Gift Mogano, the Chief Executive Officer of Zimtrade, Mr. Alan Majuru, development partners here present, captains of industry and commerce, distinguished investors, exhibitors, members of the Fourth Estate, the media fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Farai Mwakutuya. I'm joined by Linda Muriro as your co-moderators and masters of ceremony for this event.
Indeed, Farai, thank you. It is a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, at this inaugural Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo 2026. And to set the tone for us, allow us now to invite up front the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Ambassador Chifamba, to kickstart our program. Please give him a round of applause as he goes up.
Distinguished delegates, masters of ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocol already established. It is my great pleasure to address you at this inaugural Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo, ZICE 2026. This conference provides an opportunity to reflect on Zimbabwe's industrial journey and, more importantly, to chart a course towards a more competitive, resilient, and globally integrated manufacturing sector. Industrialization remains the cornerstone of Zimbabwe's economic transformation. No nation has achieved sustained prosperity without building a strong, productive base. Manufacturing creates jobs, drives innovation, promotes value addition, and expands exports. It is therefore central to the attainment of Vision 2030 and the National Development Strategy 2. Industrialization is also critical for Zimbabwe to fully leverage the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, a market of over 1.5 billion people with a combined GDP of approximately $3.5 trillion. To compete in this market, Zimbabwe must strengthen its productive capacity, add value to its natural resources, and integrate into regional value chains. Zimbabwe's industrial policy has evolved significantly over the past decade. Building on previous industrial policies, we are now implementing the second Zimbabwe National Industrial Development Policy 2, running from 2026 to 2030. A forward-looking strategy to build a diversified, innovative, and globally competitive industrial sector. ZNIDP2 aims to increase manufacturing growth to above 5% per annum, expand manufacturing output from $7 billion to $12 billion, grow manufactured exports to above $1 billion, and raise capacity utilization to 60% by 2030. These targets represent more jobs, stronger enterprises, and greater prosperity for our people. Achieving these ambitions requires a conducive business environment. Government is prioritizing investments in energy, transport and logistics, ICT infrastructure, water security, industrial financing, and industrial parks to enhance productivity and competitiveness. Distinguished delegates, ZNIDP2 is anchored on 6 strategic pillars. These are, first, deepening industrialization and strengthening domestic and regional value chains through local value addition. Second, promoting beneficiation of agricultural and mineral resources. Third, advancing spatial development and rural industrialization. Fourth, enhancing productivity through digital transformation, automation, and artificial intelligence. Fifth, promoting inclusive industrialization by integrating MSMEs into industrial value chains. And finally, strengthening local content through domestic production, supplier development, and local procurement. Evidence has shown that locally and regionally integrated value chains are more resilient to global shocks than those that depend heavily on international production networks. Strengthening these value chains will enhance Zimbabwe's competitiveness while positioning our industries to benefit from regional markets under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Distinguished delegates, supporting ZNIDP2 is the Local Content Strategy 2026 to 2035, which seeks to reduce import dependence, strengthen domestic value chains, and increase the participation of Zimbabwean enterprises in key productive sectors. Government has introduced practical measures to support implementation, including preferential procurement, supplier development, technology transfer, research and innovation, local content standards, and the Make Local, Buy Local, and Consume Local campaign. At least 60% of public procurement is expected to be sourced locally, where capacity exists, creating a predictable market for domestic manufacturers. Ladies and gentlemen, government alone cannot industrialize Zimbabwe. Industrial transformation requires strong partnerships between government, the private sector, financial institutions, academia, research institutions, and development partners. As I conclude, let us seize this opportunity to build a productive, innovative, and globally competitive industrial sector. Together, we can position Zimbabwe as a leading manufacturing hub that not only satisfies domestic demand, but also competes successfully in regional and continental markets, particularly within the vast opportunities offered by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Together, through strategic partnerships, innovation, and unwavering commitment, we will realize the aspirations of Vision 2030. I thank you. May I now hand over to the moderators to introduce us to the ministerial segment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Chifamba, for setting the tone. And as indicated, we'll get straight into the panel discussion. I know that it is not often that you get this lineup of ministers in one room, and so we would like to utilize and maximize this moment as much as possible. If you'll allow me, and with your indulgence, I'll take my seat so I can be fully comfortable as we fire these, what we hope will be very questions that will elicit the answers that everyone in this room wants to hear. In no particular order, but because you happen to be positioned in the middle of everyone and are perhaps one of the most, whenever you speak, it is always very topical, Honorable Minister of Finance. We were together last week speaking to SMEs, and I think we can get the ball rolling, sir. We do know that there is a State of Industry and 2027 Outlook study that was conducted, which identified that one of the key issues confronting businesses is access to affordable finance and challenges in terms of investment mobilization, the need for fiscal incentives, macroeconomic stability, which I think we are on course to achieving, and these are seen as critical enablers in terms of industrial transformation. One of the questions I'd like to put to you, Honorable Minister, is that firms are currently faced with those challenges of the high cost of capital and limited access to patient financing. What additional measures are you, as authorities, putting in place, particularly from a fiscal and financial point of view, to try and improve access to finance, industrial finance, in order to accelerate investment in the industrial sector?
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, my colleagues as well from Cabinet. Thank you, Moderator. It's a very important question. I think that we're working hard to really deal with that already. I think the impact of the targeted financing facility, which is being structured by the central bank, is not to be underestimated. The interest rate from that facility is lower than the normal interest rate you'd encounter as a corporate if we were to borrow from a commercial bank. So then that is targeting the productive sector, and I think that really going forward we'll do more to support that. In fact, I was speaking to the governor to say, what can Treasury do to stretch those resources that you have extended, and we still want to make sure that this goes a long way. Secondly, we introduced the Industrial Development Fund as a way to further support the industry. This fund offers loans. I won't say what the interest rate is, just in case we want to lower it further. It says it's too high, but it's an affordable interest rate. And I'm pleased to say that so far we've funded 15 projects, and we're trying to follow the value chains that we think are important. Everyone is important, but pharmaceutical, value chain, agro value chain, mineral sector value chains, we're targeting those value chains, so 15 of them. And also, being policymakers, once we're using public money, we want to spread it across provinces as well. So far we've covered 8 provinces. There's still 2 remaining. But look, we're being driven by opportunity in the main, but obviously making sure no one is left behind. So the Industrial Development Fund is yet another instrument that we've put in place. For the startups, we have the National Venture Fund. That too is very active. They've really gathered momentum, and I'm pleased that they've made so much progress. And that offers equity finance. I've always encouraged them to say, look, please don't give people loans. There are enough institutions to give entrepreneurs loans. You focus on private equity structures. Don't take more than 15% equity in a company. Make sure that the project promoters retain 75%, and don't stay in there for more than 5 years. Get out after 5 years. Sell to the project promoters or whoever. If they agree to sell to a third party, so be it. But it's not a buy and hold strategy. It's a buy, stay in a little bit, and then release after 5 years. But I also want to highlight something that we omit when we talk about access to finance, is the capital markets. The Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, Victoria Falls Stock Exchange, these are sources of financing. Of course, it's equity capital. Equity capital, by definition, it will be more expensive than debt capital, because you have to add some kind of risk premium on that. But equity capital through a rights issue or an IPO, you can also raise capital through that. So you have an option either in domestic currency, in ZiG through ZSC, or in USD, US dollars hard currency, VFX. And tomorrow we're launching the SME stock market in Bulawayo. So that again is yet another source of finance for the small to medium scale enterprises. So you can see there are so many windows. And the last window, I know we're also pressured for time, is just credit facilities from offshore, which are available through the banking sector. Our banks have done very well in sourcing those, whether it's from the European Investment Bank, from Afrexim Bank. And by the way, yesterday we are now a member of the BRICS Bank. So you can also access credit from BRICS Bank, which is based in Shanghai. We'll make a formal announcement properly later, moderator. So these credit facilities are going to grow, and they're also a source of financing for industry. So there's a lot that we're trying to do as government to support industry, to support our banking sector, capital markets development. But let's not forget the incentives around tax rebates for imported equipment. Those have gone a long way in supporting retooling, a really long way. Maybe let me stop here, others will speak all day.
Allow me, let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to bring in your counterpart, Dr. Masuka. We know that obviously agriculture has always been the mainstay in terms of being the supply of raw materials to industry. From where you are sitting, what is government doing to try and ensure or support value chains so that we have more production and productivity to have sustainable supply of raw material, given that I think this issue of access to finance is also affecting farmers. Issues of climate are also affecting the agricultural sector.
Thank you, moderator, and morning colleagues, morning everyone. Well, we are an agro-based economy, and it is agriculture that must power our way out of poverty towards Vision 2030. And in doing so, for this NDS2, with the Agriculture, Food Systems and Rural Transformation Strategy 2, 2026-2030, which has adopted a value chain approach, and we are looking at 35 value chains, crops, stock, fisheries. But let me then contextualize and say of the 11% GDP contribution by agriculture, you see the 17% contribution in industry is largely driven by agro-led value chains, food, beverages, etc. But in the principles of the Agriculture, Food Systems and Rural Transformation Strategy, there are 5. And let me just contextualize this so you can see how we are supporting industry. The first one is that agriculture must be a business everywhere, irrespective of scale. So if you have one huku yomusu inofana kukandira rushanu pagore chita mazai gumi as a business. Then the second one is climate smart agriculture. And at household level, through the sustainable intensive conservation agriculture model, through increased irrigation development. The third is value addition. So we've embedded value addition in the Agriculture, Food Systems and Rural Transformation Strategy. The fourth is a systems or ecosystem approach. Agriculture alone is in the enterprise. On a farm, there are so many other enablers, and in the ministry we track about 22 enablers, including finance, land, and much more. But the fifth and perhaps most important principle embedded in the Agriculture, Food Systems and Rural Transformation Strategy is that Zimbabwe does not yearn to become a bread basket of anyone anymore. Zimbabwe must emerge by 2030 as an agro-industrial hub. So by dint of geography, nestled centrally in Southern Africa, good logistics, good soils, good climate, but most importantly, this endowment, the talent, exceptional talent. These are the ingredients for a successful agro-industrial hub. So these principles alone indicate our thrust, our slant towards agro-industrialization to drive Zimbabwe's upper middle income society. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that response, Honorable Masuka. As I bring in your other counterparts to address these issues, and hopefully, if we have time, delegates will also be able to turn the microphones to you in the audience, so you may also be able to participate. Honorable Kambamura, Minister of Mines, obviously, I think right now, given what's happening on the global gold and commodity markets, the poster boy of Zimbabwe's economic performance at the moment. But we know that mineral beneficiation is obviously something that has been on the cards, and according to this State of Zimbabwe Industry 2027 Outlook study, iron, steel, coal, phosphate, battery minerals, amongst many others, obviously lithium, graphite, nickel, and rare earth elements are strategic drivers for industrial growth. How is your ministry working with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to accelerate domestic mineral beneficiation and deepen value addition? And I ask this because a lot of the time when we hear about beneficiation, it is then a mining house or minerals or sector players saying, okay, we're setting up a refinery and things like that. Is there that interface or link with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to see how that beneficiation can then benefit downstream industries in manufacturing?
Thank you very much, Moderator. Good morning, colleague ministers. Good morning, all of you. It is important to highlight at this stage that the Minister of Mines and Mining Development cannot be an island. That is, it cannot operate in isolation from the influence of the Minister of Industry and Commerce. As such, we are working as a team to align our beneficiation and value addition policies to the national, to align our policies to the national industrialization development strategy or policies, so that the products that comes from the industry or from the mining sector actually suits the requirement of the manufacturing subsectors and the industries at large. As such, government, through my ministry, we banned the export of raw minerals in February this year. The whole essence was to protect what we have and not to export industries to other countries. When we export these raw minerals to be beneficiated elsewhere, which means we are creating jobs and we are losing that potential to other countries. So after the ban, we are seeing positivity in the sector. Companies have come forward to set base in the country. If I were to talk of the lithium subsector, we have shipped the first lithium export consignment in April this year, which is the first lithium sulfate consignment to be shipped out of Africa, and it's coming from Zimbabwe. In that vein, back then we were exporting our iron ore as raw. But through these policies that are in sync with expectation of the industry, the setting up of Manija steel plant, which is actually the largest steel plant in Africa, and it sits in Zimbabwe, is testament to the policies of His Excellency the President and how they are bearing fruit. So what we need to do now is to see that our industries are benefiting. It's not about exporting finished products only, but we need our industry to consume what we are producing locally, so that we provide jobs for our people, we provide infrastructure for our people. In that vein, again, we're looking forward to be setting up industrial parks, especially the coal to energy industrial park. Considering that we have a large energy deficit in the country, we'll be working with the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Industry to set up centers of excellency in the coal subsector. The world is talking of climate change. I was talking on another platform that last year, President Trump availed over $600 million to resuscitate all the thermal power plants in the US. Yet we are talking of climate change. So last month, we declared our coal as a special critical mineral so that we can unlock the value that is therein. Leveraging on the clean coal technologies, we can even get fertilizers from coal, coal to liquid fuels. We can get industrial gases from coal. So all these will tune directly into our industry. So we are working hand in glove with the Minister of Industry to see that we provide feedstock to the industry. The bigger picture in the lithium subsector is to see the first battery to be manufactured in Africa coming from Zimbabwe. We have all the ingredient minerals into the battery manufacturing plant. So it's work in progress. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I was going to put you on the spot, but I know our host minister might not be happy with me. I was going to say, can we have a date or a timeline for that first battery so we can start preparing for it? You know, we are so excited, but I'm sure that is a discussion we can have another day, Honorable Minister. Professor Muruira, we know that export revenue is critical. And we are part of these groupings, AFCFTA, COMESA, SADC. So we really need to ramp up exports so we generate foreign currency. And that ties in with industrialization because we're then, producing higher value manufactured goods. But it has also been observed that local companies have been slow to diversify into these export markets. And perhaps one of the reasons, certainly what we've heard from industry stakeholders, is that the retention, the foreign currency retention, could be a disincentive for people to try and venture into those export markets. To what extent is your ministry, or are you speaking to the gentleman next to you, your fellow professor, to see if some of the, that issue which seems to be a disincentive is addressed, or indeed is it a disincentive, so that we see more export growth?
Thank you very much. Just to explain that at the core of our foreign policy is economic diplomacy. And our foreign policy is basically a reflection of our domestic aspirations. Now, in order to answer to what you are saying, it is important to understand a very simple transformational truth that nobody invests in your country unless you do yourselves. Our philosophy, nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe lakiwa ngavanikazi valo, a country is built by its own people, is the ultimate clear signal to the world that we are ready for the world to invest in us because we are also ready to invest in our own country. It is the foundation of endogenous industrialization. I will do something which is a bit counterintuitive here, but we believe it is very intuitive. That by endogenous industrialization, you attract exogenous industrialization. Nobody comes to a country where people are even afraid of doing things that they must do. So we believe that through these policies that we have been talking about, Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Mines, we are attracting exogenous industrialization because we are ready to do endogenous industrialization. When we invest in ourselves, we create confidence that attracts big capital. And I just want to then say that we, as a country, our strategy, which is our trade and foreign policy strategy, is to be bold enough to open our markets. Here, first. If we want AFCTA to work, if we want SADC, a free trade pact, to work, if we want COMESA to work, it means Zimbabwe must open its market itself. Because you can't expect other people to open markets for you when you are closing yours. It's not happening. So this is our foreign policy thrust, to open our markets. So the Minister of Finance, to this extent, is in the process of simplifying tariff and non-tariff rules. Very busy in this country. This will sharpen our industries to export. So I want to say, to answer directly to your question, yes, we work very closely to make sure that we find our export markets and sharpen our domestic environment in such a way that those export markets can be accessed. You have heard about BRICS Bank, you have heard about all these things which are happening in the foreign lands cannot happen without foreign affairs. So foreign affairs is just a road upon which the vehicles will move. And these vehicles are trade vehicles. And it's happening well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Murira, for that. And as we move on to the Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, we congratulate you, Honorable Minister, for that MSMEs Indaba that you held last week. Well done on that. And yesterday we did hear the President, as he was addressing the ruling parties, National Women's League Assembly, talking about the continued support that government will give to empower women and the strides that the Second Republic has made, expanding healthcare and ensuring that there are more funding mechanisms to support women-owned businesses. But when we talk of access to finance, what new financing mechanisms, Honorable Minister, are being introduced to improve women's and SMEs' access to affordable industrial finance, given that the State of Zimbabwe Industry and 2027 Outlook study identifies women and SME-led enterprises as key drivers of industrialization, employment, and inclusive growth? I know last week you did have an official from India who came and shared some international best practices and what India has done as far as empowerment of SMEs and women in particular. What more can we expect from government in that regard?
Thank you very much, Moderator. Let me also salute the Minister of Industry and Commerce, honorable ministers who are here, development partners, and all delegates. I'm actually quite excited to be part of this very important conference, which is actually, and I'm going to focus on accelerating inclusive industrialization through women's economic empowerment, MSMEs development, and regional value chains. And who are these SMEs I'm talking about? When we say micro, small, and medium enterprises, who are they? This is the new economy of Zimbabwe. We find SMEs in mining. Zimbabwe is a proud producer of gold today, a record production of 51 tons of gold. 60% of that is coming from the SMEs who are in mining. What is that they need? What kind of help they need? What is that the industry can do? What can we do all together to support these people when they go down the mines so that they are safe, so that they can get something, so that they are not shortchanged? What is that they need? Access to finance, access to knowledge. And I'm happy the Minister of Mines, when they addressed the MSMEs last week, they spoke about the importance of decentralizing the School of Mines so that our people are well educated and they know when they go down the mines. Who are these SMEs? We are talking about SMEs in farming. Zimbabwe is today proud that we have got food self-sufficiency. And this is happening because SMEs are producing the food. We are seeing mothers doing a lot of work producing the good food. When we talk of traditional grains, most of that is being produced by our women in the rural areas. What is that they need? This is why it's a whole government approach. When the dams are there, when irrigation is put, when boreholes are being drilled, that means the Vision 2030 is being achieved, which is inclusive. And it can only be achieved when we include everybody. Why are we talking about cooperatives? What is that they need? They're inclusive in their nature. Transformation of our people's lives can happen quickly, and we can actually realize Vision 2030 in less than next 2 years. So we need to support them. They need access to markets. They need also access to finance. That's the big elephant in the room. And I'm very grateful, and I'm working very closely with the Minister of Industry, Minister of Finance. He has come up with these two financial strategies, especially we are very happy about the National Venture Company, which will take equity of our companies. And we are also very happy with the Industrial Development Fund, which will make sure that our provinces improve. We want to make sure that nobody is left behind. No place is left behind in the mantra of our president. We need opportunities for all. And this is what we want to work with everybody. It's a whole government approach, all stakeholders approach. If we move together, we've got a greater impact and our results will show and the country will develop. We are talking of, when we talk of SMEs, Minister of Finance is here. 60% of the GDP of this country is coming from these SMEs. And this is why last week, this hall was full and they were excited to showcase what they're doing. And the president was happy to interact with them and understand what is that the industry can do. How can those who are locally producing feed into our big industries? What is the downstream from the investment which our president is galvanizing for this economy? How can they benefit from that? So when I speak about MSMEs, I'm talking about opportunities for all. I'm talking about 56% of SMEs being women-owned businesses. We can't leave behind the women. We can't leave behind the youth. Let's be honest, if we leave this behind, Vision 2030 will not be achieved as we want of an upper middle income society. I want to end at that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Mchangwa, for that. Lastly, on the panel, we know that we have a significant youth dividend in Africa and indeed Zimbabwe, and we are pleased to have the Honorable Minister of Youth here with us. Perhaps you could tell us, Honorable Minister, what is happening in terms of the youth, in terms of their contribution to the economy, industrialization, and pursuit of Vision 2030.
Well, thank you very much, Moderator. Allow me to acknowledge my colleague ministers and everyone. Good morning to you all. Morning. Well, I would like to firstly thank or appreciate His Excellency the President, Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa, for laying out a very firm foundation for the youth. If you can compare from 1980 up to now, the change between what was happening before and what is happening currently in the able leadership of His Excellency the President, there's totally change. There's a very big change. But I want to say to the Minister of Industry, I think we must put our main focus on industrialization. For a good nation to be prosperous, we need to make sure that our industry is functional. And the biggest population of our nation is the youth. And the youth are the only, that's the only vehicle that can make our country prosperous. And for us as a nation to have something that it is because we have to put a proper foundation or a structure along industry. So to the Minister of Industry, we need to make sure that we support, we put our main focus on the youth, because unemployment, the solution is the industry. So if we bring up our industry as we are moving towards Vision 2030, we will realize that the solution for drugs is achieved through the industry. Coming up to the Minister of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training, we also want to highlight that we now have a lot of innovation hubs, leadership programs, and also industries, industrial hubs that we are working with these other ministries through a whole of government approach and a whole of partners approach. We've got our partners here, UNDP and Common and WFP. They've come up with solutions also to partner with the ministry so that we bring our youth into the industries with full skills to develop our nation. But however, I would like to say, as a ministry, we are focusing on developing our youth through skills. So the skills that we provide is the solution for the industry. And I want to say that you realize that going forward, the model that we are now implementing within the ministry is to make sure that all our youth are fully equipped with skills, are fully empowered, and also with the Minister of Finance, Honorable Mthuli Ncube, has supported us very well to make sure that we identify the youth with the proper skills so that they can also be part of the industry. They can also become entrepreneurs, they can become employers. Because our solution for the youth is to create them employment, is to keep them jobs. So working with the whole of government approach, you realize that we have now changed even our models, our approach, to make sure that there's no one and no places that is left behind. And I want to assure the nation that going forward, this is the solution for the issue of drugs and substance abuse amongst our youth. Industrialization. What is it that you are doing? Focusing on the youth, we cannot succeed if we are leaving our youth behind. So we need to move with our youth. We need to make sure that everything that we do, our youth are considered, our youth are on the priority. So I want to say, this is what we want, and we are going to make sure that working with the Minister of Industry, I think it will bring us a solution to develop our country together. I thank you.
All right, so I think we'll now open the floor to questions. We've had those submissions from the honorable ministers. So I think we'll now open the floor for your questions. Do so by raising your hand, and when the microphone gets to you, please do introduce yourself so that the honorable ministers know exactly who you are. So we'll have those questions. I see a hand up there. And as the mic is going, I'd just like maybe to put the Honorable Minister of Finance on the spot and say, as we await presentation of your midterm statement next week, there are expectations that Treasury will unveil massive tax reforms. Would you like to shed more light on that? What can we expect?
The moderator is too clever. She wants me to talk about the midterm review before I even present it. Well, you know, look, we have stability right now. We've got the lowest inflation rate we've had in decades, frankly, in domestic currency, but also in hard currency and USD terms. We have fiscal discipline, monetary discipline, good coordination, and it's showing in the rest of the economy. The economy is growing strongly. Last year, we recorded a growth rate of 8.3%. In the first quarter of this year, our growth rate is 6.8% in Q1. So the 5% projection for the year won't be a problem. So you look at all that, then you say, maybe one doesn't need to rock the boat and start introducing dramatic policies in July, in the middle of the year. Let the ship is sailing, is steady. What we should really do is embed and support the stability which has delivered this good environment for business. So really, I don't expect any dramatic changes of policy announcements next week. We want, to keep things going as they are. The ship is sailing steadily. Don't disturb this ship. Thank you.
Through the chair. My name is Kuda Kwashe Mtenda from Wana Group Private Limited. I want to thank Honorable Dr. Masuka for what he's doing with our mechanization program. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate what you've done for the country, sir. And I stand to be corrected. At the moment, we have approximately 14 to 15,000 tractors in operation in Zimbabwe, which is a big achievement from what we had before. And there's a further demand of approximately 25,000 to 30,000 tractors required for us to be fully mechanized as a country. And sir, I implore you, sir, this demand of approximately 30,000 tractors, sir, it is sufficient for us with enough deliberation, enough intentions, enough policy support to establish our own tractor industry in Zimbabwe. I want to challenge you, sir. With enough policies, this is required for us to establish a tractor industry in Zimbabwe that will be able to supply SADC region, Africa, and beyond with this. When I see this chance before us of making tractors in Zimbabwe, this is a ripo. In your own words, sir. Thank you.
Fantastic. Are there any other questions before the Honourable Minister responds? Honourable Chidua.
Yeah, thank you, Moderator. I'm Honourable Clement Chidua, Chairperson, Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce. My question and points of clarity directed towards Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for the varied sources of financing for our industrial strategy. But one area that is very critical that I would take as the heartbeat of raising financing is the capital market. But I have seen that the growth of VFX is also having a negative impact on the growth of the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. And I just wanted to find out what is being done to make sure that VFX does not cannibalize Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. And the other good work that we are doing with regards to the arrears clearance and debt resolution strategy, are there any opportunities that are likely to arise, especially in terms of the financing of our industrialization strategy as we try to finalize the arrears clearance with our debtors? Thank you.
Fantastic. One more hand. We'll take these three and then allow the ministers to respond.
Thank you. My name is Rumbidai Makandwa, and I'm here supported by Zimbabwe Youth Council. And my question goes to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Masuka. So you spoke around making sure that agribusiness, everyone who's doing agriculture looks at it as a business. I've been farming for 2 years, and I've found it very difficult to actually establish as an agribusiness as a woman and a young person. And so what are the plans that ministry is putting together to ensure that there's enough resource online, enough resources for someone who's looking into starting an agribusiness and ensuring that they grow and they have the opportunity to actually get the funding, but also establish as a business and look into export as it's being said here. And also ensuring that as small-scale, small farmers, we are also supported enough for us to be able to compete regionally and being able to do agro processing and establish, because currently we've got agro processing hubs that are within Zambia, South Africa. And so what are the efforts that the ministry is making to ensure that Zimbabwe is able to compete at that level? Thank you.
Great. I think the honourable ministers can respond. Dr. Masuka, or Professor Mtuli-Ncube, you can go first, and then.
Very well. Thank you. I thank Honorable Chidua for those two comments, perhaps questions. You are correct that the capital markets presents one of the biggest opportunities for capital raising. And I'm pleased to say that you see the whole array of instruments that companies are utilizing, be it just straight vanilla equity finance, or using corporate bonds, for example. If you want to see more corporate bonds, in fact, as the low inflation environment is embedded, you see more companies issuing corporate bonds, both in ZiG and in USD, and that's a welcome thing. But also the growth of the REITs market, the real estate investment trusts for the property sector, not necessarily industry, but this can be cannibalized and be used in industry as well, depending on what you want to finance. So you talked about cannibalization, perhaps, of the ZSC by VFX. One issue that we're addressing, you'll be able to know, is just the cost of doing business within the ZSC. It was higher than the VFX. We incentivize VFX by lowering the transaction costs on VFX to give it a boost, and this has worked. This is because our idea was that VFX should be able to compete with Sydney Stock Exchange, with any stock exchange that is a hard currency stock exchange out there. Toronto Stock Exchange, we're targeting mining. But we do realize that then the ZSC is left behind with higher transaction costs. So those are being lowered, and you see a change. Already, from the changes we have made in the cost of doing business, the market cap of the ZSC has gone up. But also, there's another factor. You see, the liquidity in a market is a rocket fuel for stock exchanges. And in fact, they say that whenever you see interest rate cuts and growth in M0, M1, buy shares, don't even think. Just buy shares, because that's the rocket fuel. So because of our constrained liquidity in ZiG, by design, because we're trying to protect stability, That then also constrains the flow of liquidity in ZIG onto the ZSC as a beneficiary of any liquidity sloshing around the economy. You have more liquidity in USD. So that's also another factor, which is a design of the foreign exchange system. But cost of doing business for ZSC is being lowered, and that will go a long way in slowing down this cannibalization. We also want to raise the bar in terms of who qualifies to list on VFAX. There must be some hard currency earnings evidence of that, and over time also insist that in fact not over time now, if it's a bank cannot just list its domestic business on VFAX. We can't allow that. They have to establish a new offshore entity. And if I can advise the banks, don't set up a deposit-taking entity on the offshore side. It should be advisory, pure investment banking, merchant banking. That's what I would advise. But it's your business, so it's not my business. And then turning to the benefits of clearing our arrears. What are the financing benefits? By clearing our arrears, we'll be able to access concessionary financing as a government. This is for all governments on borrowing, of course. But the private sector will also benefit because once we've cleared our arrears, we'll improve our credit standing. We will even attain a formal credit rating, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, whatever, over time. That also will then improve the credit standing of our private sector because that credit standing is limited, is kept by the credit rating of the sovereign, which is government. So once you improve government for the private sector, it also improves. Then the private sector can access more credit and also cheaper credit. So we have to clear our arrears. There's a huge benefit in terms of global capital access. I think I saw the World Bank raise rep here, my friend Ineda. I was quiz and say, Ineda, when is IFC coming into the International Finance Corporation? And the IFC said, no, we are on our way. If you clear the arrears with the World Bank, we'll rush into Zimbabwe. So they're also waiting for clearance of arrears. So once we do that, I think the IFC will be very active here in Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the two questioners, the very relevant, pertinent questions. The first relates to mechanization, and of course, this is reflective of the astute leadership of the President, His Excellency Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, and not a credit to the messenger. I'm merely a messenger delivering these goods on behalf of an exceedingly good leader. The context is agriculture requires enablers, and I spoke about these enablers, the 22 of them, and we view mechanization as a major one among finance, irrigation, and so on and so forth. The tractor fleet was about 7,500 in 2017. We are currently 17,800 tractors. I expect another 5,000 tractors to be coming through in the next 3 years because we have 11 dealers that we are working with on the Mechanization Development Alliance. If our mechanization index is 48%, it can be expected that perhaps another 18,000 tractors will make us 98, 95%, so 35,000 tractors for large world. But I see the biggest opportunity because if you look at the theory of constraints and say the 100-year inventions in villages are two. First, whoever invented the hoe transformed agriculture because you now could weed. Whoever invented the plow transformed agriculture because now you could plow. But these 100-year inventions are beginning to become the constraint to developing to the next level. And we have begun to replace the hoe with a herbicide, which is why under the Presidential Input Scheme, we now give knapsack sprayers and herbicides. Then the next constraint is to remove the plow. And I look at mechanization in villages. The president, in the next 2 months, will be launching a mechanization program for 35,000 villages. So that, in our view, each village must have at least a tractor suitable for their circumstances. I expect that innovative businesses, such as Mwana, will see a business opportunity in establishing first an assembly plant for tractors, but also to go further to begin to manufacture these. So that is actually a business opportunity. And I look forward to continuing the conversations outside this forum. As government, we have visited 2 countries where we think we could start localization of the assembly of these tractors. Just in case you want to continue this discussion and many other aspects, let me answer the lady. The youth, I like youth. The youth, I was, before joining government, chairman of the advisory board of the Federation of Young Farmers. And when you see youth involved in agriculture and interested in agriculture, you know that you can bequeath a very good future for this country. And I encourage the youth to come into agriculture, to participate at the right node of the value chain. It's not necessarily in production, but if you look at the agricultural pentagon, as we posit that there is finance inputs, there's production and productivity issues, there's transport, logistics, storage, there's markets and marketing issues, there's policy issues. Look at the node of the value chain where you can best fit. The president has led by example. Minister Artatos can explain a bit. 20% of the land that becomes available now, the policy directive is that it must be given to the youth. So already we are creating an enabling environment for the youth to come into agriculture. We also have worked with Empower Bank, worked with Women's Bank. We've given tractors so that they can give this to their constituencies. I have 23 working groups, and I meet with this on a quarterly basis. I have a youth working group. I also have a women's working group dedicated to trying to understand their unique challenges and therefore proffering policy solutions to advance their cause. Just in case we wanted this discussion to continue beyond this platform, here is my number: 0772 169 957. SMS only. 0772 169 957. And my email, agricminister@gmail.com in small letters. I look forward to a very exciting interaction post this conference. Thank you. I've been reminded by colleague minister that if you're an agriculturalist, of course, you don't have to make an appointment to see me. As long as you come before 6:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Masuka. As we await for more questions, I see some hands up already. His Excellency has said his administration is a listening government, and this has become a permanent feature where we see our government officials fielding questions and interacting with the people that they serve. I see the mic is on with Dr. Ruswa. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much, moderator. Mine is a contribution focused to the Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister, say, from where I sit, we consider ourselves as an extension of your office because we are the gatekeepers as public procurement regulator. There are 2 requirements for public procurement where we require bid securities and bank guarantees. For bid securities, as per the directive from His Excellency, we have reduced this to very significant. In some instances, we are even giving exemptions. But in order to safeguard government monies and the government purse, there's also need for bank guarantees, especially for prepayments. And when you made your presentation, Honorable Minister, say, I was impressed by the incentives which are going to be given to the various sectors. From where I sit, I was going to implore you, say, to also consider incentivizing financial institutions, especially those who expedite bank guarantees for government procurements and all, say that probably is something which we can see, which will go a very long way in making business work. Why I'm saying that, Honorable Minister, is some of them may try to be creative. And when I'm saying creative, I mean it in another way. And it may then go at a collusion course where we end up either debarring some of them because of the challenges. So we are considering that if we can also look into that and incentivize our financial institutions who are working well with our bidding community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I will allow you to go ahead. I can see some hands at the back, so as soon as we're done here, I need to go to the back because we need to accommodate all our delegates. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Anastasia Ndlovu. I am the Director for Economic Affairs of the ruling party. My question is to the Honorable Minister, Professor Murira. And before I ask, I would like to congratulate you on the country's victory to the Security Council. Well done, Minister, and your team. Honorable Minister, the People's Republic of China, the government introduced the zero tariff regime. I would like for you to please update the nation in terms of where we are with regards to that, because that creates a big opportunity for the country in terms of our exports. And also to ask, since Zimtrade falls under your purview, how far they've gone in terms of preparing industry for that huge market. To the Honorable Minister of Finance, Comrade Mutuli Ncube, I would like for you to please, Honorable Minister, share with the nation the benefits that we get from the special economic zones. I just saw last week and maybe a month ago, the Honorable Minister launching a number of special economic zones in 2 provinces in Zimbabwe. To what extent is government ready to create an enabling environment for our own people to participate in the special economic zones together with the foreign investors? I thank you.
Fantastic. I'm coming to that hand very shortly. Persistence. There's a gentleman in the back, well, a young lady here as well. If we can keep the questions and contributions as brief as possible and succinct, straight to the point so we can take as many as we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tanaka Cheshkoka. I'm coming from Zimbabwe Youth Council. My question is directed to Honorable Masuka. To what policies are being introduced to ensure that farmers receive fair prices? Because we're having issues whereby we produce our produces, especially for horticulture, and then you take it to maybe Mbare, and then you have a price of maybe $1.20 per kg, and then you get somebody, they tell you, you know what, we're taking your price at 50 cents per kg, and there's no negotiating room, and it's 50 cents, and it's now a problem to me as the farmer now, because I have invested a lot of money for me to produce whatever that I've produced. And now when I go to the market they're giving me their price, not the farmer's price. So what can you help us through that? Thank you.
I will make my way to the gentleman at the back, and for now, that'll be the last for this round, but the hands that we've taken, I'm just doing this so we don't lose track of these questions because they are very important and there have been quite a number of them. So this will be the last question for now, but all those people who've had their hands up, we will certainly come to you and get you to ask your question.
Thank you. My question is directed to the Honourable Minister of Finance. Welcome, nice to have you here, all protocol observed. My name is Martin Locke. I'm the chairman of Trigger Group. I wanted to talk about exports. The opening comment this morning was how the target is to get exports to the 1 billion mark. Now, I appreciate that most of the exports in this country are centered around mining and agriculture. I wanted to talk about manufacturing. Currently, manufacturing exports are about 12% of the country's total exports. The 2030 vision is to get it to 18%. Now, how are we going to do that? And there are 2 areas that I just wanted to ask you, Honourable Minister. The first is the export retention of 70%. There are two types of exporters in this country, primary and secondary. The primary are those whose raw materials are actually in the land. It's agriculture, it's mining, it's horticulture. A secondary exporter has to import the raw material and bear the cost of transport before they can manufacture, process, and then export. So we are asking that if you can differentiate between a primary exporter, a secondary exporter, and I'm asking that a secondary exporter can have a higher retention of foreign currency. The second point I wanted to ask is that we are a US dollar economy with high operating costs, electricity costs, wages costs, trying to export into a SADC region with a weaker currency, and we come across as expensive. We are finding that we are up against countries that have export incentives. They are really supported to go on an export drive. We have very little export incentives to help us cushion the high cost of operating. We need to grow the exports. We know that. It's very difficult, and we are asking for your assistance and support there. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
I think, Linda, you have one more question, and then thereafter we'll allow the ministers to respond.
Thank you very much. Dube Washington is my name, from the Shipping and Forwarding Agents Association of Zimbabwe. My question is all protocol observed. My question is to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We note, Minister, the initiatives which you have done to actually to reduce, especially the non-tariff barriers, where you alluded to that for Zimbabwe to fully industrialize, we need to be efficient in terms of our international trade. My question to you, Minister, is Zimbabwe was the first country in Africa to establish a one-stop border post. We have that growth, or maybe that initiative has actually maybe taken a back seat. My question is, the time and again, a one-stop border post has been said to be enabler for international trade. Specifically, I'm looking at borders like Bridge and Plumtree. Maybe what the ministry has done to ensure that those borders are one-stop border posts. And lastly, to the Minister of Finance, in your 2026 budget, Honourable Minister, you alluded to the fact that to make our borders to be efficient, you alluded that you want to invoke what may be termed a nuclear option, whereby you said you want to withdraw funding for those ministries that are not on the single window platform. So a single window platform, Minister, is a platform whereby if you want to import or export, it's a one-stop shop. Maybe we just want to ask here, Honourable Minister, where are you on that nuclear option which you alluded in your 2026 budget? I submit. Thank you.
Great. Over to the Honourable Ministers to respond.
Thank you, Dr. Rousseau. Thank you for your comments regarding perhaps extending incentives to banks that are able to extend bank guarantees to enable the procurement process to be oiled and function. Let me reflect on that. All these are good ideas. Already taking, by the way, suggestions for the November budget as well. So this is a proposal. I think let's pick this up offline and see how we could do that. But I'm also keen to see the insurance sector participate in extending guarantees. They too can extend guarantees, sometimes jointly with the banks or in their individual capacity. I think expanding the offering, not just a bank guarantee, but also an insurance company guarantee, provided, of course, they've got the right balance sheet to give that kind of credibility. But I like the way you are thinking, and I'll certainly take it up or take you up on it. Let's see let's explore and see what we could propose. I also thank Anastasia Lovo for her question regarding the special economic zones. What are the benefits? Why are we doing this? If you look at the whole economics around special economic zones, it starts with a resource endowment advantage. And China then took it further and included the labor cost advantage. For example, to explain the difference, one is you invest in Zimbabwe because there is lithium, and then you beneficiate that lithium. So you then could extend a special economic zone arrangement provided as a reward, perhaps, or as support for that kind of beneficiation. But as I said, China took it further and included labor costs as well. If you look at the growth of Shenzhen, which used to be a village in the 1980 with a few people, and now is an 18 million people city. That is it grew as a special economic zone, and it took advantage of cheap labor that was available in the area, but then looked outwards in terms of export, where Hong Kong was then the outlet to the rest of the world. So cost of production or resource endowment or both become the comparative advantage as to where you should locate a special economic zone. So for example, when you take Mashonaland Central, where we first launched the special economic zone program, that province produces 30% of the tobacco. I think, Masuka, you can confirm that. 30% of the tobacco is coming from Mash Central, and naturally, and other products, of course, within the agricultural sector and the crops. So an agro-processing thrust is the right thrust to have, because that's the resource endowment. You also have oil and gas in the Zarabane area. Again, that becomes an obvious target. And then plus the rest of the mining sector. If you move to Matabele North, it's about considering the resource endowment of forests, and then developing a value addition industry out of that, furniture and other things. So that becomes an obvious one. Or coal-based value chains within the SEZs, but also methane-based, tourism-based. Already with tourism, we've made progress and declared the Masue area near Victoria Falls, between Victoria Falls and Wange, as a tourism infrastructure, especially economic zone as well. So these resource endowments drive special economic zones. So the benefits of these SEZs that they accelerate the development and value addition around our natural resources, our natural endowments, to create jobs, to grow our exports, to grow our economy. So there is a huge benefit to having these SEZs, and they come with incentives. Most of them are in the tax bracket, tax nature. We give tax breaks for the first 5 years, or the corporate tax, for example. Then after 5 years, your corporate tax is 15%, flat 15%. We give incentives. If you're a foreign investor coming to the SEZ, the incentives even for your high value employees in terms of income tax breaks and so forth. There's quite a package there. But we'll be declaring these special economic zones province by province, again leveraging resource endowments and other advantages. We've said, for instance, for Bulawayo, resuscitating the steel ecosystem is critical, fitting off the Manise investment, just as an example, but also the leather value chain is also an SEZ opportunity. Let me stop here for now. I'm still continuing. Yes, thank you. And then from Martin Locke, thanks for your comments on perhaps that we should think of some export incentives. I'm becoming persuaded. I remember I was asked about that 2 years ago, and I was still a little reluctant, but now I'm persuaded because I've seen that the manufacturing sector has grown. It's now 17% of GDP. And again, it's been consistent. 70% of the goods on our shelves, especially consumables, are locally made. So this is now a robust sector, and I think it's high time we started focusing on supporting exports. So I will engage you further and your colleagues in industry to see what type of incentives could be put in place, and also working with the trade portfolio under the Minister of Foreign Affairs to see what sort of incentives we can put in place to promote our exports. I think I'm now persuaded. Then turning to the issue of the retention, the 30% retention or 70%, depending on who's retaining, 70-30. You see this perhaps as something that may be discouraging exports. It's a disincentive, and maybe we need a differentiated approach where perhaps secondary exporters could then have be allowed to retain more in Forex. I think that's what we're saying. Look, we like simplicity in our policies. So if we've got one blanket, pronouncement that 30% should be converted to domestic currency, then it applies to everybody. It's just easier to manage a uniform policy. But to hear you, this again is a contribution. We'll go back and chew the card again and see if we can make some adjustments. But simplicity is always best, but to hear you well, that we should not then, it shouldn't be at the expense of it being a disincentive, especially for exporters. Now, turning to the nuclear option of a single window, well, we haven't quite invoked that yet. It's work in progress. We'll get to it. Where it was just to cajole everyone to move to a single window system. We haven't, I think, invoked that one yet, but it's coming. So please make sure you comply. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's a question arising again from the Youth Council. They're an important part of my youth working group, and perhaps we could take this further offline, but for the benefit of everyone, I think what informs production must be the market. And it must be market-led production. And if you can actually even secure a commitment by your off-taker that you'll be able to sell at a profit, so viability will lead to profitability and sustainability of the business. And that's critical for agriculture. But we also understand the cost of production in agriculture. Some of the issues are under your control, some may not. And look at the geopolitical tensions and the elevated prices for fuel, for fertilizer, the supply disruptions. Fertilizer contributes 30-40% of the cost of production for most of our agricultural products, and they are largely behind, outside the scope of what a farmer can control. So in terms of the pricing generally for government, where we intervene is in the cereal sector, where we put a cost-plus approach to pricing, and that's the policy for government to ensure that there is viability, there is profitability, and sustainability. But let me just a word of caution that Zimbabweans are very innovative. If you do Zuta and the next door neighbor understands that it makes money, all of us in 3 months will be doing Zuta. And we saw that. And that is actually happening. You see this supply glut that happens with tomatoes, with onions, with cabbages. So I think that we are within the Agricultural Marketing Authority and our Business Development Markets and Trade creating this information portal, ICT enabled, to enable farmers to understand markets and price movements better so that they can then produce to a defined market. That is what I can encourage at this stage. But again, we can take this discussion offline so that the youth can see the business sense of getting involved in agriculture and being involved in agriculture for the long term. Thank you very much.
Great. We'll take the last round of questions before we wrap up this panel. I had a couple of hands that were already up from the previous session. One more question.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. There was a question on the offer by the People's Republic of China, or unilateral zero tariff offer for 2 years, the early harvest, we call it. I just want to update by saying that Zimbabwe has already completed its bureaucratic process and was reported to Cabinet on Tuesday. that is on the issue of the early harvest for the next 2 years, and the government set up a committee to negotiate post-2028. So we are on course on this issue. The next one was on import-exports, on the one-stop border post. In actual fact, you might have been following that we actually want to move to border post 2.0. What does that mean? The one-stop border post, I call it 1.0. Now we are going to non-stop border post. And we started discussing this in our BNC with Zambia. We discussed it with Botswana. We discussed it with Mozambique. Now we will be discussing it with the Republic of South Africa between 18 and 21 August of this year. So we actually don't want any stop at the border. Packaging must be done well before everything declared, the truck passes. So we are following our doctrine of Zimbabwe is open for business. Open for business means open for business. It means all our processes and actions have to show that we are open for business. Prosperity is created through our actions. And this is exactly what we are doing. So, but our wishes must be accompanied by our actions so that there is no dissonance. So this is exactly what we are doing. I thank you.
Thank you. My name is Persistence Kwanyanya. Mine is just information sharing as it relates to a question that was asked by a colleague on the opportunity that could be present in the tractor assembly or manufacturing space. I want to share with you that there's already a company that identified the opportunity in the vehicle assembly space. And there's scope to either incorporate that or expand into that area you're suggesting. The plant is in Mount Damden, and they are now at 95% completion. We should be seeing vehicles assembled locally in the market next month or so. Thank you.
All right, we'll take our last question. Thank you very much. Our last question, please.
Thank you, all protocol observed. My name is Misha Kugaro, Senior Economist at Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. I have two, maybe one is a comment, but the other one is a question. The first one relates to a good policy by the Ministry of Mines. I think I applaud you on that policy, but I just wanted clarification on the clear steps of implementation so that we do not hamstring the industry and maybe end up with stockpiles of raw minerals already mined and not yet exported due to perhaps lack of capacity to process them into the next value chain. So just a comment there to understand the clear processes. Then the next comment is to Honorable Honorable Masuka, and thank you for sharing your contact details. No, I think it's to Honorable Murgira. I was excited by Honorable Masuka, but this one is to Honorable Murgira. Speaking from business, we are excited by the task force, the announcement of the task force, but I wonder how inclusive it will be in terms of including the private sector, so that our interest is really catered for in this negotiations process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So as the ministers respond, I'll also ask them to then just give their parting submissions. We'll start with the ministers who've had questions posed to them before we go to the other ministers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. In terms of the committee, which is looking at negotiating with the PRC on the next phase of 2028 and beyond, I think we have to, our philosophy has to be very clear. We do these things for the private sector. Therefore, we include the private sector because they are the ones who are producing. We are the facilitator. We are the road makers, just to make the road for people to move along the road. Because when we talk about production, anyway, our PRC has got a market of 1.4 billion people. It means we have to produce a lot. Government has worked with the PRC on making sure that we have that road open. But a road needs cars to move along that road. And those cars are the private sector to produce. So in terms of our policies we have done, now it's time to work for the private sector. So it's very inclusive because there is no way we will do it without the private sector. Because it's you who will then produce and send the goods to where they are required. So how inclusive is it? Very inclusive. Thank you.
I think yes, Honorable Masuka. Was it a question for Honorable Kambamura, I believe as well. Honorable Masuka, you can go ahead and then.
Well, this was just a compliment, but I can do my parting short because we're doing it by age, isn't it? Well, agriculture is causal, co-factor, and multiplier effects on the rest of the economy, other than providing the raw material and fuel that keeps us healthy, and a healthy nation will be more productive. So if we get agriculture right, we're likely to get every other sector and value chain right, which is why within the agriculture, food systems and rural transformation strategy, 2026-2030, we want to create a $15.8 billion sector from the current 13 billion or so. And we can only do this if we work together. Climate change is the biggest threat that we see in agriculture, and our adaptive and mitigation response is to have a climate-smart agriculture sector sufficiently resilient to withstand the episodic shocks that are caused by droughts. And droughts now visit us every 3 to 4 years more often than in the past, which is why this season, 2026, 2027, there's a 100% probability that we will have an El Nino, the magnitude of which we do not know at this stage. But if we plan for the worst and hope for the best, government has come up with a very robust plan anchored on 6 pillars, and the pillars are enhanced strategic grain reserve, climate-smart agriculture production, and we want livestock drought mitigation. We are also looking at a new financing architecture for agriculture. We are looking at an import management regime, but we also, finally, we're looking at enhanced coordination, early warning, and capacity building. And that discussion will continue, and the formal announcement will be made. Zimbabwe must emerge from each of these challenges strong and more united because of the leadership that we have in government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kambamura. You can give your parting shots.
Thank you very much for the comment with regard to the ban that we effected early this year. I think you are aware that we gave notice to the sectors who are participating on minerals that were banned. We came up with a transitional plan so that we don't kill the industry, to allow them to work up to the notice period. The transitional plan is working well. We put a beneficiary tax of 10% to those who are exporting lithium concentrate. We even allowed them to declare all economic minerals in the export consignment. And the ZIMRA and MMZ are taxing all those economic minerals that were not being previously declared. We've made them also to make some commitments, firm commitments in writing to set up beneficiation plans as per government expectation. And that was done. And we are following up to see to it that they are working towards those commitments, the progress being made gradually. We are recording that. So we did not completely shut down the subsector, considering that the investment that they made previously were approved by government. So everything is okay now. Government is getting what it was supposed to be getting previously, but we are looking forward to seeing great proceeds after the January 2027 notice period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes.
Thank you. I would want to part by saying nobody invests in a country if its people don't invest in it. It means we must invest in our own country in order to attract foreign direct investment. If we invest in our country, we produce for export. When we produce for export, we need markets. But in order for us to get those markets abroad, we must also open our own market. I think this logic has to sink. You can't expect other people to open their markets when you are closing your own market. It is a laha economy doesn't work. So trade creates wealth. And trade means you export, you import. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe some parting shots. Good. That works. Government is very serious about lowering the cost of doing business. As you know, colleagues, we've pronounced some 13 sectors, and in about 2 weeks, we'll have completed what we call a mop-up operation to make pronouncements that we perhaps omitted, where we need to be firmer. So we are very serious about this process, and we would like to hear some feedback from you as the industrial players as to what's working, what's not, so that we can further fine-tune. Secondly, we also want to hear some feedback from you regarding the idea of a 24-hour economy. We've thrown some incentives at it. I know there's one more incentive around the cost of electricity. We're working on it. We'll come back to you on it. But want to hear from you as whether we should do more. What we've put across to you is adequate for us to move to a 24-hour economy and start rewarding those companies that are running 3 8-hour shifts a day. So they also work right through the night. Let's get some feedback on that from you. Then finally, we're very serious about maintaining macroeconomic stability. We're now in a single-digit inflation environment. We've maintained our budget deficit position. In fact, last year, we achieved a current account surplus, a budget deficit surplus position on the primary deficit only. But of course, we have to pay our debts, so we've got lots of areas to clear, and that's what we did. We are running a tight monetary policy with excellent coordination between monetary and fiscal policy. We eliminated the twin deficit problem that we had at the beginning of the Second Republic, current account deficit and fiscal deficit. Those have been eliminated. We now have a current account surplus position for 6 years in a row. And in fact, by year end, we expect a current account surplus of 2.7 billion US dollars. So everything is in place for a sustained macroeconomic stability. We'll keep it going. And I think that's what you need to do your business. Thank you.
Thank you. My parting shot, Zimbabwe's industrial transformation is anchored on Vision 2030. NDS2 places at the center industrialization as the engine of growth, but this needs to be inclusive. So as we industrialize, let's create opportunities for women. Let's create opportunities for SMEs. Let's make sure that no one is left behind. We also need to make sure that we help our SMEs to move from informal to formalization so that they are more productive. Our SMEs must evolve from survival enterprises into productive manufacturing business. What is that they need? Yes, they are resilience, but they need access to finance, access to markets. They need to leverage on African Continental Free Trade Area. They need to leverage on COMESA. So we need to work together. We need to give them digital skills. We need to make sure that we also give them business entrepreneurial skills. We continue to work as a whole government approach to support our SMEs, and I expect the industry to do the same as you create those opportunities for our SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to end by saying your youth requires your ideas. Your youth requires your expertise. Your youth requires your knowledge. I want to say, and I want to challenge all of us here. I know most of you might say you are no longer in the youth category, but allow me to say, in Shona, muziviwe nzira yeparuware ndiye mfambi wayo. Imimi, you are there to give us the ideas, the knowledge that you got before us. And the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Development and Vocational Training cannot move alone without that knowledge from you as our elders. Therefore, my humble appeal is we need to always stand by our president's mantra of saying, ngatigare takavhura madoo edu, the open door police mantra. The ministry is yours. Please come forward with your ideas, with your knowledge, with your guidance, so that we fight the issue of drugs and substance abuse together. We require a whole of society approach. We require a whole of government approach. Now, it is therefore our mandate as the leaders in our organizations to make sure that we don't leave our youth isolated. I'm one of those who is always saying we need to equip our youth with skills. We don't want to rely on handouts. We need to equip our youth with skills so that they can also be able to stand alone. They can also be able to become employers, to become entrepreneurs. And I want you to say, wherever you go, the Ministry of Youth is ours. The youth that we are looking forward are the youth that are going to come with the ideas, and you are also, it is your mandate to accommodate them. It is your mandate to guide them, and so that they can also become the future leaders who are well guided. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. Earlier when we were doing the responses, Honourable Kambamura responded to a direct question around mineral export bans and stockpiling. He now wants to give his rounding up comments and sentiments. So over to you to have the final word, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. The mining sector is poised for growth evidenced by the good show for period between January and June this year, where we actually surpassed our targets, and export revenues went up with about 84%. So the ministry is currently finalizing the Mines and Minerals Bureau to enhance transparency in the management of our minerals. We are also currently coming up with mineral-based beneficent policies in consultation with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, so that we actually produce what the industry requires. So there's going to be some input from the industry. Also, we are currently finalizing the computerized mining cadastral system. This will this will enhance transparency in the subsector, and also it will reduce mining disputes, which usually emanates from overpegging, human manipulation, and so forth. And a few months to come, we're going to be embarking on a national exploration drive. That's an airborne geophysical survey to try and quantify our mineral reserves in the country. This will open up more investment into the country. And the issue of beneficiary facilities will again come into play, as we'll be building industrial parks and mineral hubs in areas where there will be mineral abundance. The Minister of Finance spoke of mineral abundance in the northwest part of the country, where we have a large coal deposit. So we will be mapping up the country to see occurrences of certain minerals where we'll be attracting investment for industrial hubs on that particular minerals. In areas where we find abundant resources of coal, we'll be building industrial parks for coal. Where we find diamonds, gemology centers, cutting and polishing for diamonds. Where we find chrome along the Great Dyke, again, central chrome smelting facilities will be built. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our panelists. The 6 Honorable Ministers for engaging with us, giving us details and insights in terms of the way forward and the plans that they have in terms of working towards industrialization, value addition, beneficiation, and ultimately economic growth in pursuit of Vision 2030. At this juncture, allow me to release them to take their leave. I believe that they have duties and roles they must perform in terms of welcoming our guest of honor. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they leave. Allow me also, as they do that, as they depart, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge the following. Tongat Hulet, POSB, Varun Beverages, Delta Beverages, Cut Rag Processors, Mutapa Investment Fund, Dinson Iron and Steel, Sunny Yi Feng, Inscore, Zim Gold, Star Africa, Nestle, Blue Ribbon, Supreme Brands, Prospect Lithium, National Foods, the Research Council of Zimbabwe, the Postal Telecommunications Regulatory Authority of Zimbabwe, Portras, Mega Market, Trade Kings, Steelmate, Jamza Group, Bata Shoe Company, Oxen Mining Services, Net1, PPC, and Paramount Garments. Those are our generous and proud sponsors. May we give them a round of applause. The next order of business, ladies and gentlemen, will be the official opening of this inaugural conference and event. But while we await that, we will hand over to the police band to give us some musical entertainment.
Blazo, Nemi Machinda,
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could just ask that we take our seats, call this house to order. Anyone who's still outside, if you could make your way into the main auditorium so that we can get ready for the start of the official opening. Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if I could kindly request, if I could kindly call the House to order, may we please take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Our official opening will commence very shortly. May we please take our seats, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can commence the official opening of the Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo 2026. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if I could call the House to order, kindly request all delegates to find their seats and take their seats. If I could ask all those who are still outside the main auditorium to make their way into the venue for the official opening, which will be underway very, very shortly. Please, may I kindly request that we take our seats and get ready for the official opening. Thank you.
and the sunshine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on my sailing ship, but when I reached Jamaica, I met a storm. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in a Kingston town. Again, sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in a Kingston town. Sounds of love everywhere. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in a Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in a Kingston town. Sounds of laughter everywhere, and the dancing girls sing to and from. I must declare my heart is dead, though I've been from Spain to Mexico. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Again, sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Down the market you can hear ladies cry one day they pay. Akira swordfish are nice and the rum is good and it's a movie. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Solo. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Together, sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston town.
Thank you.
Then plus those people that
So pane copy iripo ine mapress vanhu vacho akati one day national food
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, we do welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. We now await the arrival of our guest of honor. For now, we may take our seats. We will advise when our guest of honor is making his entrance into the main venue. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by the Vice President, Honorable General Retired Dr. CGDN Chiwenga, and we thank you so much for joining us at this historic event.
Trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright blessed day, dark sacred night, and I think to myself, What a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the skies, also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They really say, I love you. I hear babies cry. I want them grow. They'll know much more. Like I'll never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright blessed day, dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself,
for the ribbon cutting.
what a wonderful world. Solo.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we all please be upstanding and rise for the entrance of our guest of honor, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, and give him a rousing round of applause as he makes his way onto the podium. A very warm welcome to you, Your Excellency, and begging your indulgence, I will kindly request, sir, that you remain standing, as will the rest of this House, for a rendition of our national anthem, which will be led by the police band.
We may be seated. The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable General Retired Dr. CGDN Chiwenga, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired Dr. KCD Mohadi in absentia, Minister of Defense and Chairperson of the ruling party, ZANU-PF, Honorable OCZ Muchinguri Kashiri, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Senator CZ Tawengwa, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable NM Ndlovu, other honorable ministers here present, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable R.I. Modi, other Deputy Ministers here present, Politburo members here present, and members of the ruling ZANU-PF party, Chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce, Honorable C. Chidua, Chairperson of the Thematic Committee on Indigenization and Economic Empowerment, Honorable Senator M. Mpluri, members of Parliament here present, Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. M. Rushwaya, and Deputy Chief Secretaries here present, Executive Secretary of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, Madam Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Dr. R. Kalabrakau, Permanent Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Ambassador T.T. Chifamba, other permanent secretaries here present, members of the various commissions here present, senior government officials here present, Mayor of the City of Harare, His Worship, Councillor J. Mafume, President of the Chiefs National Council, Honorable Senator M. Kumalo, and other traditional leaders here present, Chairman of the Africa Economic Development Strategies, Dr. F. Matanire, the Executive Director of the Africa Economic Development Strategies, Professor Gift Mugano, the Chief Executive Officer of Zimtrade, Mr. A. Majuru, development partners here present, captains of industry and commerce, distinguished investors and exhibitors, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. And another special welcome to our audiences who are joining us on our online platforms, on the Ministry of Industry and Commerce handles, as well as the Zim Papers handles who are streaming this event live. Your Excellency, I am Linda Muriro, and I will be one of your co-directors of ceremonies here with Farai Mwakutuya.
Thank you so much, Linda. And ladies and gentlemen, it is our distinct privilege and honor to welcome you to this inaugural Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo, a very timely and germane discussion given the ambitions that the SADC region, AU region has for industrialization, but even at a national level, how we have ambitions to value add, to go up the value chains, and to achieve economic growth in pursuit of Vision 2030. These are the discussions that we hope over the next 2 days will shape and chart a way forward in terms of attaining those goals.
And before your arrival, Your Excellency, we had an opening session where your cabinet ministers were fielding questions from the delegates here present, and they have taken a cue from your leadership where you have engaged everyone from the captains of industry, women, youth, and different organizations as you take Zimbabwe to the promised land and upper middle income society by 2030. And as our program started, Your Excellency, we must also congratulate you that the flag carrier Air Zimbabwe was landing in Gatwick after 14 years. We congratulate you, Your Excellency, sir.
A big round of applause for that achievement. Indeed, another feather in the cap, but also another step towards achieving this economic growth that we're pursuing. The transport routes, infrastructure, and airlines, key catalysts for investment, for trade, and economic growth. So we see that as another stride towards the attainment of Vision 2030.
At this moment in time, I would like to invite to give us an opening prayer, ZRP Chaplain, Mr. Innocent Taka Index. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, all protocols observed. Your Excellency, allow me just to read one scripture. Genesis chapter number 2, verse number 15. And it reads, "And the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to do two things. Number one, to dress it. Some versions say to work it. And number two, to keep it." I want to draw your attention to the arrangement of the words. It's not to keep it, then dress it, but rather is to work it first, then keep it. This was the second instruction given to men by God. The first instruction was to procreate, to multiply, and I believe you are doing that. We are procreating, we are multiplying. Clap hands for yourselves. And the second instruction, God was just creating an industrial mindset. Whatever you receive, if you think of keeping it first before you work it, that's not an industrial mindset. An industrial mindset is first think of working it out, then keep it. Let us pray. To the Father of glory, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, our Father, we submit to your word, which calls us to pray always. And at such an occasion like this, we come to you in prayer with the full conviction to be heard and to be answered. Heavenly Father, we thank you for our guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. You have endowed him with grace, through which our nation has been uplifted from grace to grace, from favor to favor, from growth to expansion. Lord, continue to enlarge his influence. May the vision and desires he carries for our nation be fulfilled. And may his prayers for the full industrialization of Zimbabwe be answered according to your divine will. Gracious Father, we lift before you our beloved nation of Zimbabwe. We thank you for raising a generation of industrialists, men and women whom your spirit compels to advance industrialization through regional value chains, innovation, and trade. May their work be blessed. May their vision be sustained, and may their efforts be aligned to your divine purpose for the prosperity and dignity of our land. Bless our regional and international partners. Bless this official opening ceremony for the Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference Expo. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Chaplain Takaendesa. Allow me now to invite our host, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Senator Charles Shizai Tawengwa, to give us some remarks. Please appreciate him as he comes forward.
Thank you to our directors of ceremonies. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. CGDN Chiwenga, the Honorable Vice President, Retired Colonel Dr. KCD Mohadi in absentia, the Minister of Defense and Chairperson of the ruling party, ZANU-PF, Honorable OCZ Muchinguri Kashiri, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Ndlovu, Ministers of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution here present, other ministers here present, Deputy Ministers of Industry, the Deputy Minister Modi, RI, other Deputy Ministers here present, the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushkwaya, the Permanent Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Ambassador Shifamba, members of Parliament here present, and then members of the Diplomatic Corps who are here, all protocols observed. A very good afternoon to all of you and all of us. Maskati Yaganaka. It is with great honor and humility that I welcome you all to the inaugural Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo, hosted here in Harare Metropolitan Province under the theme, and I quote, accelerating industrialization through regional value chains, innovation, and trade, unquote. I am deeply honored by the presence of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, who has graciously accepted the invitation to preside over this important national gathering as the guest of honor. We thank you, sir. Your Excellency, your presence at this inaugural conference is a powerful affirmation of your unwavering commitment to Zimbabwe's industrialization agenda and economic transformation. I wish to express my sincere gratitude for sparing time from your demanding schedule to grace this important occasion. Your attendance not only underscores the government's dedication to advancing industrial development, but also inspires confidence in our collective pursuit of sustainable economic growth and improved livelihoods for all Zimbabweans. Let me also congratulate the Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Ndlovu, together with Africa Economic Development Strategies for their leadership in driving the dialogue on Zimbabwe's industrialization and economic transformation agenda. Your Excellency, distinguished guests and delegates, the province is undergoing a major infrastructure transformation, heavily focused on modernizing its transport network, economic corridors, digitalization of service provision, among other initiatives. In line with the National Development Strategy 2, industrialization can be achieved by boosting the productivity in local manufacturing, increase in investments, inflows, formalization of the informal economy, and enhanced broad-based economic empowerment, among other issues. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people of Harare Metropolitan Province, I warmly welcome you all to this important conference. This platform is vital as it brings together investors, corporates, and financiers to explore investment opportunities in our beloved motherland, Zimbabwe. May our deliberations be fruitful, and may they contribute meaningfully to the realization of our national vision. I thank you. Siyabonga Maita. That's it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Tawengwa, for those welcome remarks. Now, Your Excellency, this conference is coming at a time where, as has been said by the speakers that have come here, we are implementing the National Development Strategy 2. We're also implementing the Zimbabwe Industrial Development National Policy number 2 and the Local Content Strategy. But more importantly, at a time where we are preparing once more to assume the chairmanship of COMESA, and we hope that you will extend the grace that you extended during our SADC chairmanship, where we will all become chairpersons of COMESA. Now, just a reminder that this event is being streamed live, so do ensure that you put on your best smile and give us your best energy. But what is the state of industry? We are going to play a short video, Your Excellency, compiled by officials from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. And with your indulgence, you may look at the screen ahead of you.
Supporting Zimbabwean farmers. Varun Beverages. Varun Beverages has invested approximately $120 million into its state-of-the-art facility, employing over 2,000 people directly and supporting more than 10,000 indirect jobs. Looking ahead, a planned $250 million beer plant in partnership with Carlsberg marks its expansion into large-scale beer production. Champion Foods. Champion Foods commands an amalgamated processing capacity of 1,180,000 metric tons of maize, flour, and stock feed daily. Enabled by supportive government policy, Champion Foods lives up to its motto, Muzimbabwe hakuna anofana nzara, truly proving itself as Zimbabwe's champion. Blue Ribbon. Blue Ribbon recently added a $2 million investment in a Southerton noodles plant capable of producing 280,000 boxes per month. The company currently employs over 556 people, with workforce numbers set to grow as production expands. Zimgold Oil Industries. Zimgold Oil Industries has invested more than $200 million into the economy over the past 15 years across multiple sectors. Continuing its growth, the group is currently constructing its third major plant in Bulawayo. Delta Beverages. Delta Corporation made history as the first Zimbabwean company to surpass $1 billion in annual revenue for the financial year ended 31 March 2026. Delta employs 5,274 locals and nearly 7,000 regionally, while empowering over 11,500 contract farmers growing barley, maize, and sorghum. Proton Bakers. Proton Bakers drives economy growth, employing approximately 1,650 people. Over the past 5 years, the company has invested $20 million into plant modernization, fleet expansion, and a 1-megawatt solar power plant. Williton. Williton invested $40 million in its 2018 cooking oil and soap facility, followed by $6 million in a margarine plant operational since April 2025. Today, Williton employs 200 Zimbabweans, with women making up 40% of its workforce. Mega Market. Mega Market has invested over $25 million in maize and wheat milling projects. Powered by 920 permanent employees, the company recently invested $2.8 million into a 4.5 megawatt solar plant, securing energy and boosting production efficiency. Prospect Lithium Zimbabwe. Prospect Lithium Zimbabwe, through its sister company Arcadia Technology Zimbabwe, has invested $400 million, technology transfer and skills development. Gwanda Lithium Zimbabwe, with an initial investment of $59 million, Gwanda Lithium Zimbabwe is advancing mining operations to produce battery-grade lithium sulfate by 2027. It employs over 500 people, more than 85% from local communities, and over 80% youth. Steelmakers Zimbabwe. Steelmakers Zimbabwe holds an annual capacity of 25,000 metric tons of finished steel, with plans to scale up to 210,000 metric tons of merchant mill-rolled products annually, supported by an upcoming 43 megawatt captive power plant. Zimbabwe's Zhongzheng Smelting Company. Zimbabwe's Zhongzheng Smelting Company has invested $42 million in its ferrochrome plant, plus $12 million in a dedicated power substation, currently producing 1,500 metric tons of ferrochrome monthly. It employs 170 workers, with expansion on the horizon. Shentai Palm River Energy, a strategic joint venture with the government of Zimbabwe. The Shentai Industrial Park represents a total planned investment of $3.6 billion across 3 phases. The project currently employs approximately 1,070 Zimbabweans. Dinson Iron and Steel. Dinson employs close to 5,000 people nationwide. The company ensures steady production through on-site thermal power generation, with plans for a new solar power station at Manize Mountain to lower its carbon footprint. Nimra and Chapman Manufacturing. Reflecting decades of industrial development, Nimra and Chapman has built a cumulative investment value of $50 million, operating critical heavy engineering equipment like 8-ton and 6-ton electric arc furnaces. The company employs 175 people. Pump and Steel Supplies. Operating across 20,000 square meters of modern manufacturing space, Pump and Steel Supplies leverages advanced precision engineering to power its operations, employing over 300 skilled Zimbabweans. Bronze-Pels LPG cylinders. With $6 million already utilized of a total $9.7 million investment, Bronze-Pels produces 300 LPG cylinders per hour, currently employing 65 people. Workforce numbers are expected to double as production expands. Varichem. Varichem exports approximately 50% of its production, serving as a vital contributor to Zimbabwe's foreign currency earnings. To boost productivity and competitiveness, the company has invested over $3 million in plant and machinery upgrades. Chilmant Chemicals. Chilmant Chemicals has invested $25 million in its state-of-the-art Bindura plant, producing 10 tons per hour of solid sulfate and 20 tons per hour of liquid sulfate. It currently employs 200 Zimbabweans, with further job creation expected as operations expand. Trade Kings. Trade Kings utilizes state-of-the-art spray drying technology to produce approximately 3,050 tons of detergent powder and 420 tons of detergent paste. Today, the company powers its growing production with a workforce of 640 employees. Sino Cement. ISO-certified Sino Cement plays a key role in driving Zimbabwe's infrastructure development, combining international expertise with local participation to strengthen national industrial capabilities. Shentai, backed by an investment of approximately $125 million, Shantai's upcoming plant will deliver an annual capacity of 800,000 tons of cement, currently employing 250 people. Workforce numbers are projected to reach 500 at full operation. Batashu Company Zimbabwe. Batashu Company Zimbabwe commands an installed annual capacity of 4.6 million pairs of shoes. The company supports 1,123 jobs, comprising 974 direct employees and 149 indirect workers through associate business units. Century Auto. Century Auto has committed an initial $10 million investment to establish its Mount Habden plant. Assembling semi-knocked down passenger and commercial vehicles, the project is set to create approximately 400 jobs across vehicle assembly and wheelbarrow manufacturing.
And there you have it, a glimpse into a nation moving forward, leaving no one and no place behind. The blueprint is set. The future is built by our hands. Join us. Let us rise together.
Indeed, another round of applause for that video. We have seen you, Your Excellency, commissioning plant after plant, from manufacturing, mining, and of course, industry rallying behind your call for a whole of government, business, and society approach. So you are not walking alone, and we appreciate and honor you, sir. Allow me now to invite to give us more a presentation on the state of industry and 2027 prospects, the Executive Director of the AEDS, Professor Gift Mugano. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Your Excellency, our President, Comrade Edi Mnangagwa, the Vice President, Comrade Chiwenga, allow me to respect my Minister, Honorable Ngovu, and allow me to say all protocols observed. It's an honor for me to be here to talk about the state of the economy, a study which we have done with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. I'm refreshed as I am starting this presentation, Your Excellency, that we have been able to walk you through visually what I'm going to be presenting here. And I want to appreciate the ministry for their wisdom for us to show the visuals. But sometimes when we talk about data, there's always that temptation that people will not believe that the country is changing. Indeed, the new industry is emerging. We have a new industry which have seen. The old story that the industry is antiquated is gone. We have seen it in the visuals. In this study, we carried out a comprehensive study, Your Excellency, covering 2,071 firms across all the provinces. And this is a study of first of its own kind in terms of numbers, in terms of how many companies have been reached out to, in terms of the coverage across all the country. And we are so confident that everything which you are reporting here, no one can deny it, no one can go against it. As I proceed with my presentation, next slide. This just shows you the breakdown of the provinces which have covered, all the 10 provinces, and we covered 22 sectors which are manufacturing related sectors. As we proceed, we'll start by looking at the state of industry. You would see, Your Excellency, and the delegates who are here, that the manufacturing sector is now the biggest contributor to the gross domestic product. Last year, we were contributing 16.8% to the GDP. And this year, by June, the contribution has risen to 17.1%. And this is clear testimony that the economy is working, and the direction towards Vision 2030 of upper middle income status is achievable on the basis of manufacturing value which we are seeing. Let's move on. This slide present the trajectory in terms of growth of exports. You would see, Your Excellency, that in 2021, we were below $200 million exports of manufactured produce. Right now, we are talking about $584 million which is more than 3 times what we're exporting in 2021. And I'm sure my Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade is also happy with that. That's a positive trajectory. And we are on track to hit $1 billion exports of manufactured commodities by 2030. Let's proceed. What are the major contributors of the manufacturing sector? Top 5, foodstuffs, drinks and beverages, chemicals, iron and steel. These are the major drivers which are driving. And I'm so deliberate talking about this slide because the question is, what is contributing to 17% of GDP? And these are the major drivers. To an extent that, Your Excellency, that we used to be importing a lot of steel, and Dinson Iron Steel Company is exporting over $100 million per year. So there's quite an exciting development in the industry. And also, you would notice my next slide, that pharmaceuticals, we now have 14 manufacturers. We've moved from 9 manufacturers. And on a refreshing note, Your Excellency, is the award given to the Medical Control Authority, certification of level 4 by World Health Organization. And I understand we are the first in Africa to get this certification. Our industry is being endorsed globally. But again, Your Excellency, in terms of number of lines of drugs which we are producing now, we are now at 1,500 from 900. Under your leadership, we've moved by 600 lines of drugs. And this happened during COVID-19 pandemic, where Zimbabwe showed its resilience and its innovation to produce more drug, and we now have this and we are exporting to the region. On iron and steel, we now have a total of 25,000 jobs created in the last 5 years or so. And production has risen in a massive way in that sector. We used to be importing, now we are exporting, and with so much jobs being created. Let's move on. In terms of local content, value addition and beneficiation, we observed in our study that we're importing 3.03 billion commodities, which we have reviewed comparative advantage to domesticate. And ministry in its wisdom, they've developed a local content strategy, which is targeting 16 sectors, and these are the sectors which are outlined in this presentation for localization. And we feel that there's enough capacity in this country to pursue localization, and we feel that this will create a massive jobs for the country. Let's proceed. In terms of investment going into manufacturing, again, re-amplifying and supporting the view that the manufacturing sector is the major contributor of GDP. We have noted that in our study that out of total import bill of about $10 billion per year, 30% is equipment and machinery. And that is about $3 billion going into various sectors of industry. You are mining, you are manufacturing, and this amplifies the view that this economy is working. And any country which imports equipment and machinery is building a solid foundation for sustainable growth. So this stability which we are seeing is powered by production, and the evidence that we are importing 30% of our bill being machinery. And we want to appreciate the Minister of Finance. This is the result, Honorable Minister, from your budget. When you give duty-free tax for importation of machinery, this is what you are getting, and that's why our economy is pumping up. Let us proceed. I thought you were going to appreciate our Honorable Minister. He's actually working on the midterm budget review. We want more of that nature. We want sustenance and continuation of those tariffs concession, Honorable Minister. In terms of observation on investments, I just put a list, but I think the video gave a full picture of where the money is going into. Cement, we now have about 10 cement manufacturers. We grew up, I think around 1980, we used to have 3 companies producing cement in this country. But in the last 5 years, we have seen, under your leadership, your excellence, investment into cement. And I always tell people, I advise over 60 companies under AEDS. And I always tell them that the best indicator that this economy is working, move around the whole country and see construction taking place, see houses. Forget about big construction. Every area you go, you see housing in Macheke, in Mucheke, in Shanghai, in Cholocho, in Ngai. People are building. These are households which are building. And that's why you see you now have 10 cement manufacturers. There's demand. And it's not correct that people are poor. Building a house is a sign of investment from savings, and you save what you are saving coming from your income. So this is quite refreshing. And of course, we'll also be exporting some of this. And then the lithium, which was spoken about, is quite refreshing. For the first time in April, we exported our first lithium sulfate, and that's a milestone, the first one in Africa. We are the first as a country, and we appreciate that. And we see more investment, $3.4 billion going into mining, value addition, and beneficiation. Let's proceed. In terms of local content, which areas are working, we have seen that, yes, we're importing, but there are some areas which are doing very well. And this slide just demonstrates our value chains which are localized already. And this is the outcome of our industrial development policy number 1. And sugar is 100% now local, furniture 81%, dairy 72%, tobacco processing 67%. So we're doing very well in terms of value addition and beneficiation. Can we proceed? In terms of access to finance, we have noted, Your Excellence, that 81.9% of money secured by companies is going into new machinery and new equipment. And also warehouses, expansion into new export markets, retooling. So this is very important observation which we made, because this lays the foundation for sustained growth of industrialization and our quest to move towards value addition, industrial transformation, and structural transformation in our economy. So you would see that 35% of funding for the last 5 years is going to new machinery. This is building a solid foundation for our industry. And of course, we also observed that companies are getting short-term finance. But we made also an observation that the argument that there's no capital which is long-term is not correct, is misplaced. Why? Because we noted that in our study that pensions funds plays a critical role in funding construction, building properties which are long-term. And in our view, we feel that there's a good case for pension funds to also lay out capital for industrialization. Hallelujah. Number 2, we also observed, Your Excellence, that major owners of banks in the banking sector, the big banks are owned by pension funds. So why is it that the banks are saying we don't have long-term finance when they're holding pension finance? So we feel there's also a misalignment of the view of the banking sector. They are holding the major players in your banks, Your Excellence, whether it's CBZ, whether it's FBC, whether it's CABS, pension funds. So why is it not patient? So we are challenging banks who are here that there's no reason, in our view, from our study, that you can't provide funding which is long-term because they are holding pension funds. And there's no good reason why banks should give priority to mortgages at the expense of the industry. I would feel that we need to balance the act. Let's move on. In terms of markets, we noted, Your Excellence, that most of the commodities which are produced here in Zimbabwe by industry, 75 to 85% are going to the local market. And sometimes we don't overemphasize the importance of meeting our local needs. We always want to emphasize exports, but we forget that we need to defend our markets and defend our jobs. So this is quite refreshing, because in 2008, we used to have 10% of our commodities in the local markets. And it means we're importing. But now we are defending our territory, we are defending our shops. 85% is manufactured commodity. This is a clear demonstration that our industry is very competitive. It can shield external competitiveness, it can shield external competition, and we can save our foreign currency. That's quite a good observation. It means, again, we are now having enough capacity to export. That's why our exports have trebled in the last 5 years. But also, out of our local markets, we see that 70% are agricultural products, and 95% are services. Can we proceed? And in terms of our exports, as I've spoken about this, we are above $500 million. Can we proceed in the interest of time? Then in terms of technology, we noted that out of the 2,071 companies which we talked to, 65% of firms confirmed that they have invested in their technologies less than 10 years old. So there's nothing called antiquated machine in our industry. The large share of our industry is still new. And this is corresponding to our previous observation, where we observed that most companies are investing into new machinery. Can we proceed? In terms of green industrialization, how are we aligning with the climate change vulnerability in industry? We have seen that 58% of companies which we have talked to, they are practicing climate smart manufacturing. We have seen some of our visuals here in video, companies installing solar system. Let's proceed. In terms of the outlook, the industry is quite optimistic about 2027. 63% of firms which we interviewed are very optimistic about 2027, which means there's sustained growth going forward. Then, of course, we noted that out of these companies, it's not on the slide, 39.5% of companies are noticing that they're going to be creating new jobs next year. And that will help us in addressing employment. But also the companies highlighted areas which need attention as part of the challenges which need to be addressed: reliability of electricity, the need for long-term finance, and of course, the need to deal with climate change vulnerability. Building on the background that 70% of the raw materials which we manufacture, which we use in manufacturing, comes from agriculture. So when there's a climate change, there's also a challenge in terms of access to raw material. Can we proceed? Now let's move on to views which came from industry, top 4 recommendations coming from industry. The first one, they call Your Excellency to your office, is the need for industrial bank. We have sector-specific banks like Agriculture Finance Corporation. Our Minister of Finance, we appreciate him, is giving, in his budget, Industrial Development Fund, but we feel that if this is housed through the industrial bank, which also tap into pension funds under prescribed asset status, could also assist in guaranteeing long-term finance. Issue of incentives is something which we observe that already the incentives, I think I've appreciated our Minister of Finance, so we need those incentives to be sustained, particularly Honorable Minister in the midterm budget review. Also, the supportive infrastructure, we appreciate your President, Your Excellency, the work which is being done by the whole system of government in providing infrastructure. I am aware of what's happening in the railway through Mutapa Investment Fund. I'm aware, we see what is happening in the road network. We feel that if this is sustained, it's going to address the infrastructure requirement. Let's proceed. This is my last slide, Your Excellency. It's a bit faint, but I can speak to it. This is a summary of what your leadership has achieved over the last 7 years or so. massive achievement in terms of GDP. When the second dispensation kicked in, our GDP was $18 billion, but now we are sitting in the $56 billion, which is more than 3 times. And our income per capita, which is our indicator to measurement to our progress towards achieving upper middle income status, in 2017, we were at $1,200, but now we are sitting at $3,500, 3 times achievement. And I can prophesy, Your Excellence, that before 2030, in 2028, we will be in the upper middle income status, if we look at the direction which we are taking. In the same vein, under your leadership in the last 5 years or so, Your Excellency, we have noted progressive increase in receipts of foreign currency. In 2017, our annual receipts of foreign currency was $5.5 billion. Last year, in 2025, it was $16.2 billion. This year, by mid-year, is $10.7 billion, which means very basic mathematics. By end of year, will be $20 billion. The first ever massive foreign currency since independence. And we have seen in the last 7 years, foreign currency receipts increasing by more than 4 times. And I thought I must speak to this. It's testimony that we have a new economy, we have a working economy, and in terms of gold production, I should speak to this. In 2017, it was around 24 tons. Last year, it was 46.7 tons. So your leadership has given us this good report card, and this will salute Your Excellence. And I submit my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gift Mugano, Executive Director of the Africa Economic Development Strategies. He is also chairperson of the Local Content Steering Committee, which falls under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. And we have heard Your Excellency talking on numerous occasions on the need to ensure evidence-based decision-making. So we appreciate these insights, and we are confident that indeed we will see more reforms being undertaken by your government. We did hear the Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion during that panel discussion, sharing that there will be a mop-up exercise in the coming weeks to ensure that if there were any sectors or areas that were left behind as your administration undertakes the ease of doing business reforms, they will be covered. So we appreciate that. Of course, this Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo is being hosted by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce in partnership with the Africa Economic Development Strategies, AEDS, as well as the trade promotion body, Zimtrade. Allow me now, Your Excellency, to invite to give us some remarks, as well as introduce the guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
Thank you very much, our program directors, or events directors, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Head of State and Government, Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambutso Mnangagwa, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, General Retired Dr. C.G.D.N. Chwenga, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Colonel Retired Dr. K.C.D. Mohadi, the National Chairman of the ruling party and Minister of Defense, Honorable O.C.Z. Mchinguri Kashiri, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Senator Caesar Tawengwa, Honorable Cabinet Ministers here present, Deputy Ministers, Ministers of State here present. I will ride on the long protocols that have already been observed. It is my singular honor and privilege to address you today at this Zimbabwe Industrial Conference and Expo 2026, a landmark event that marks a defining milestone in Zimbabwe's industrial transformation journey. This conference brings together different stakeholders, including government, captains of industry, investors, academia, development partners, among others, under one roof to deliberate on one of the most important national imperatives of our time, the acceleration of Zimbabwe's industrialization agenda. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to Africa Economic Development Strategies and Zimtrade and every stakeholder who has partnered with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce in making this inaugural conference a reality. The theme of this conference, I quote, Accelerating Industrialization Through Regional Value Chains, Innovation and Trade, aptly captures the strategic direction that Zimbabwe has embraced under the Second Republic. Around the world, nations that have attained sustainable prosperity have done so by developing strong productive sectors, investing in innovation, and integrating into regional and global value chains. Industrialization has consistently proven to be the engine that transforms natural resource endowments into manufactured products, productive employment, technological advancement, and broad-based economic prosperity. Your Excellency, under your visionary leadership, the Second Republic has placed industrialization at the center of Zimbabwe's economic transformation agenda. Through Vision 2030, the National Development Strategy 2, the Zimbabwe Industrial Development Policy 2, among other enabling policies and ongoing reforms to improve the ease of doing business, the government has established a coherent policy framework that is restoring productive capacity, attracting investment, and laying the foundation for sustainable industrial growth. I am pleased, Your Excellency, to report that Zimbabwe's manufacturing sector continues to demonstrate remarkable resilience and renewed momentum. Both the CZI 2025 Manufacturing Sector Survey and the State of Industry and 2027 Prospect Surveys confirm that the industrial recovery witnessed over recent years is being sustained through increased investment and growing business confidence. The progress that has been achieved under the Second Republic is reflected in key performance indicators across the manufacturing sector. Your Excellency, the manufacturing capacity utilization has increased significantly from 36.4% in 2019 to 61.2% in the first quarter of 2026, reflecting improved utilization of installed capacity. Equally encouraging, Your Excellency, is the continued improvement in the country's export performance, as has been demonstrated. These achievements are not isolated statistics. They represent factories that have resumed production, businesses that have expanded operations, new investments that have come into our economy, workers who have found employment, and investors who have shown great confidence in Zimbabwe. More importantly, they demonstrate that the policy direction adopted by the Second Republic under the able leadership of His Excellency, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, is producing concrete outcomes that are steadily transforming the structure of our economy. Distinguished guests, renewed confidence in Zimbabwe's industrial sector is also reflected in the increasing volume of investments flowing into the strategic sectors of our economy that include cement manufacturing, fertilizer production, steel production, among others. Your Excellency, we have celebrated the adoption of technology. Technology alone will not guarantee success. Sustainable industrialization depends on a skilled workforce, capable of driving innovation and adapting to changing production systems. This calls for stronger collaboration between government, industry, universities, technical colleges, and research institutions to ensure that education and skills development remain responsive to the evolving needs of modern industry. Lastly, Your Excellency, another key pillar of our industrialization strategy is the strengthening of Zimbabwe's quality infrastructure. As local industries expand into regional and international markets, compliance with international recognized standards become increasingly important. Recently approved, the National Quality Policy improves and provides a comprehensive framework for strengthening standardization, accreditation, conformity assessment, and metrology, thereby enhancing the competitiveness of Zimbabwean products. Our objective is to ensure that every product carrying the Made in Zimbabwe tag becomes synonymous with quality, reliability, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to turn to the business of the day and introduce our guest of honor. Our guest of honor is a leader whose vision has always been to improve the lives and livelihoods of the people of Zimbabwe. Through his unwavering commitment to inclusive economic development, he has championed policies and programs aimed at creating opportunities, empowering communities, and ensuring that the benefits of national development reach every corner of our country. Under his guidance, Zimbabwe has embarked on a decisive journey to rebuild and modernize its economy. Through his leadership, critical sectors including manufacturing, agriculture, mining, tourism, and commerce, among others, have received renewed focus with deliberate interventions aimed at restoring productivity, attracting investment, creating employment, and strengthening the foundations of sustainable economic growth. It is through his vision and strategic direction that our great nation has been steered towards becoming a food-secure country, with Zimbabwe now producing a healthy surplus that is unlocking downstream opportunities in agro-processing, value addition, and agricultural exports. His administration's investment-led approach, anchored on the philosophy Zimbabwe is open for business, has reshaped the country's economic landscape. Through his efforts to rebuild investor confidence and promote Zimbabwe as a destination for investment, the nation has witnessed increased activity across different sectors of our economy. Distinguished guests, beyond policies and programs, our guest of honor has inspired a renewed national consciousness, a belief that the responsibility for building Zimbabwe rests in the hands of Zimbabweans themselves. His consistent call for unity of purpose, for hard work, and national pride has encouraged citizens, businesses, and institutions to take ownership of the country's development journey. And it is under his stewardship that the nation's long-term aspiration of becoming an empowered and prosperous upper middle income society by 2030 has been firmly embraced as a shared national mission. Through his leadership, Vision 2030 has become more than a policy declaration. It has become a guiding framework, driving infrastructure development, industrial revival, innovation, and economic transformation. Our guest of honor's leadership has also extended beyond our borders, guided by our principle that Zimbabwe is a friend to all and enemy to none. He has championed a new era of engagement and re-engagement, restoring international partnerships and opening new markets for our industry. Today we stand before a nation that is steadily redefining its economic future, a nation whose confidence has been restored, whose industries have been revived, and whose people are increasingly embracing the responsibility of building a prosperous Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor is none other than His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Head of State and Government, and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. It is now my singular honor, Your Excellency, to invite you to the podium to address the gathering.
Prayer, be seated. Our Director of Ceremonies, the Vice President, Honorable General Retired Dr. C.D. Chiwenga, the Vice President, Colonel Retired Dr. K.C.D. Moadi, our National Chairman of ZANU-PF and the Minister of Defense, Honorable Osizet Mchinguri Kashiri, the Minister of State for Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Talengwa, Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Lovu, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, the Chief Secretary to the President Cabinet, Dr. Martin Mushwaya, the Executive Secretary of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, Ms. C.M. Kapwepwe, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, His Excellency W.K. Mene, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Dr. R. Kalapu Rakal, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, captains of industry and commerce, investors, exhibitors, and development partners, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is my singular honor and privilege to preside at the official launch of the inaugural Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo 2026. I commend the Minister of Industry and Commerce, in collaboration with Africa Economic Development Strategies, among other stakeholders, for convening this important forum under the forward-looking theme, and I quote, accelerating industrialization through regional value chains, innovation, and trade, end of quote. As government, we treasure this opportunity where we can join different socio-economic sectors, along with our friends and partners, to proffer strategies that help propel the existing development, modernization, and industrialization of motherland Zimbabwe for the benefit of all our people. It is most important and opportune that this conference is taking place following the research findings of the State of Industry and 2027 Prospectus Study. The study outlines the substantial progress that has been realized to stimulate structural transformation in line with our quest to move our economy up the value chains. However, more work must be done with regards to harnessing and exploiting opportunities for import substitution, industrial expansion, and regional exports across several strategic industries. The need to beneficiate iron and steel, lithium, cement, pharmaceuticals, tobacco, leather, cotton, fertilizers, dairy, oilseed processing, as well as sugar, grains and logistics and packaging are areas deserving attention from us all. Additionally, the study confirms that Zimbabwe's industrial sector has demonstrated remarkable resilience, recording a higher capacity utilization, which is now at 61.2% in the first quarter of 2026. During the same period, manufactured exports also increased from $360 million in 2029 to the current $584 million, reflecting improved value addition and beneficiation. Congratulations. The manufacturing sector now accounts for 17% of GDP. I applaud the sector for this phenomenal growth. I say again, congratulations. Distinguished delegates, history teaches us that sustainable prosperity is attained through building a strong industrial base and capabilities to transform resources into high-value products. Ultimately, every society has a duty to generate employment, stimulate innovation, increase production and productivity to effectively compete at the global market. The shared National Vision 2030, rich natural resources endowments, strategic geographic position, resilient infrastructure give our country a favorable variables. Additionally, skilled and entrepreneurial citizens, coupled with strong partnerships and efficient enterprises, provide the requisite ingredients necessary to drive industrialization and a prosperous economy. I call upon you, stakeholders in industry and commerce, to draw inspiration from our country's development philosophy, Nyika inovakwa, igotongwa, igonamatigwa nei. Hallelujah. It is through our own hard work, disciplined focus, and patriotic commitment that we can accelerate industrialization through regional value chains, innovation, and trade, riding on our unique national competitiveness. The empowerment, wealth creation, and the higher quality of social and economic services are the sum total of minerals processed locally. Agricultural products transformed into a finished export, manufactured machinery, pharmaceutical products, textiles, or engineering components made here in the country. In Zimbabwe, Zimbabwean jobs, innovation, overall national prosperity depend on us all. And as an industry, you have a critical role to play. No job is considered inferior. Every aspect of what we do contributes to the global good of the country. The situation highlighted in the State of Industry report that the country is currently importing approximately US 2.5 billion worth of manufactured products which can be produced locally is untenable. My Minister of Industry, take note. Zokwadi nyika ine vanhu vakadzidza semwiso vana vadiki. Tine ma-innovation hubs nema-industrial parks kuma-university nema-skills akawanda munyika. Totenga zvinhu chero kwese kwete. Izvi mfana Minister Ndlovu sunga dzisimbi. Mari iyoyo ngaishande muno munyika mfana. Tichitenga maproject agadzirwa muno kuti mazuva kwawedzekwe. We need to scale up beneficiation, value addition, manufacturing, and export of processed materials is now urgent. Minister Ndlovu, I'm confident that through stronger synergies within the manufacturing and other sectors of the economy, more can be done to accelerate the realization of these set targets. Focus must not only be on import substitution, but also on new economic drivers, trade in high-value exports, regional integration, and export diversification. We are not an island. Increasing trade within SADC, COMESA, and the African Continental Free Trade Area is an obligation that should be given priority. Zimbabwe remains committed to protocols and instruments at both continental and regional levels with regards to the industrialization agenda and intra-Africa trade. Our nation is honored to host the official Southern Africa hub and headquarters of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair Company, as well as the Afreximbank Africa Trade Center, AATS, here in Harare. Congratulations. As you are now well aware, my administration is about results. Hence, your industry and the sector targets should be deliberately pursued with the clear time-bound strategies. On its part, my government will continue facilitating the success of our industrialization agenda. Institutional reforms are being undertaken and cultivating a new national mindset anchored on stewardship, productivity, innovation, discipline, and sustainability. We are strengthening industry financing mechanisms, improving the investment climate, and mobilizing domestic as well as international capital to bolster the productive sectors of the economy. Modern and resilient infrastructure, stable energy supply, efficient transport systems, reliable logistics, digital connectivity, and secure water supplies are fundamental prerequisites which must be continually revisited. In doing so, we are able to boost industrial growth, lower production costs towards enhancing competitiveness and facilitating trade. I'm pleased that to date, these aspects are being incrementally addressed with tangible benefits accruing to a favorable regulatory framework, as well as the ease and the cost of doing business. The broader objective is to strategically position our country as a high-performing and competitive manufacturing and industrial hub for the region, for the continent and for international markets. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the intricate connection between successful industrial revolution, research, development, technology, and innovation cannot be overemphasized. It is commendable that a notable number of local firms have developed appropriate technology upgrades and investments, including in artificial intelligence, to improve production efficiencies. This reflects the growing commitment by industry players to continuously improvement and innovation. Well done to our industries. Under the Second Republic, industrial innovation must translate into stronger domestic value chains, supplier development programs, industrial clusters, and local procurement initiatives that deepen backward and forward linkages. Stakeholders in mining and the mineral value chain industries are challenged to quickly adapt and ensure that our strategic minerals are value added and beneficiated for win-win benefits. As I have said in the past, my government does not accept horse and rider. We need economic cooperation or investments, including from local manufacturing players. We must treat each other as brothers and sisters equal. No horse and rider. Our policy stance is unequivocal. National resources must be processed and beneficiated for the realization of maximum economic returns that benefit our people and the economy as a whole, not merely a few shareholders, directors, and management. If we don't have the technology to benefit our resources, let the resources lie in the ground. Ultimately, domestic manufacturing and the new downstream industries should be established to create sustainable employment and export earnings. In this respect, small and medium enterprises are essential pillars in the industrial transformation roadmap and implementation framework. Hence, I urge the sector to have a holistic approach to improving the state of industry and our national prospects going forward. By integrating SMEs into formal value chains and expanding access to finance, technology, and markets, we strengthen the resilience and inclusiveness of our industrial economy. I'm pleased that during the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development Indaba held last week, some SMEs which attained a turnover of $3 million and above were accordingly handed to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. This is commendable, and as such, more entities should be nurtured as we empower our youth and our women to become entrepreneurs. Comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, the country's present modernization and industrialization should be accompanied by sustainability. The future belongs to industries that are energy efficient, environmentally responsible, and climate resilient. Green industrialization, therefore, presents Zimbabwe with an opportunity to build competitive industries while preserving our natural heritage for future generations. I call upon all sectors of the economy to adjust processes and technologies with this reality in mind. The future of our nation is bright, under, of course, our leadership. Be assured of policy certainty and an enabling environment for business, diversification, and growth. However, government policy alone will not suffice. There is need to embrace the whole of industry and society approach for us to speedily realize more success milestones. Industry must invest and innovate. Financial institutions must provide affordable capital, and academia ensure relevant knowledge and skills. Don't just memorize Shakespeare. Development partners are always welcome to support and complement the ongoing transformative national development agenda. As Zimbabweans, let us never falter in our sacred responsibility to national development. Kuma industry edu nekuma factories munhu wese ngaazive kuti nyika inovakwa, inotongwa, igona matigwa nei. Hallelujah. Patriotism and love for our country should be entrenched at every level towards increasing the factories we establish, technologies we develop, products we manufacture, as well as the high-value exports we grow and jobs we create. It is my expectation that this conference will proffer the necessary recommendations while also identifying new investment opportunities, partnerships, and solutions that shall accelerate Zimbabwe's industrial transformation agenda. I am confident that together we have the collective resolve and focus to move with greater agency and agility and a unity of purpose to further transform the manufacturing sector for the good of our motherland, Zimbabwe. This burden is not only on the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Industry, it's on all of us. These are just the two individuals I have chosen so that we can find some people to beat. With these remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to officially declare the Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo 2026 officially opened. I wish us a fruitful engagement. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Your Excellency, we thank you. May we give him another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, officially declaring this inaugural Industrialization Conference and Expo open. The symbolic gesture that we'd like you to perform, Your Excellency, you've just been handed a copy of the report highlights of which were presented here by Professor Mugano. There are 2 copies there for you and your counterpart, the Vice President, to read at your leisure, but would like you to cut the ribbon to officially symbolize the opening of this conference. May we please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he officially...
I'm a good and obedient servant of the nation. I launched this book.
Congratulations, Bakoro Koto. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency, for that address. To reiterate the points that you said, I think if there are any key takeaways, certainly highlights for me, for anyone who's going to go back to your offices, your workplaces, your places of business, those manufacturing hubs where you are working, and if you are to take away any nuggets from the presentation, I think to reiterate what the president did say, that as Zimbabweans, we've never lacked ideas or resources. Our challenge has been adding enough value before someone else does. And what industrialization will enable us to do is to keep more of the value in Zimbabwe, more of the jobs in Zimbabwe. I also like the fact that I'm sure will be music to the ears of industries, that be assured of policy consistency under our leadership, of course. I liked that part in particular. And then finally, we've got people to beat if things don't work. So we know who to go to and who to beat if we have any challenges. Thank you so much once again, Your Excellency. At this juncture, we would like to invite you, Your Excellency, I beg your indulgence, if I could kindly request that you take a position in the main auditorium at the bottom of the platform, because we have some amazing gifts that we'd like to hand over to you for performing this task that you've performed of officially launching and opening this conference and expo. I will invite the Honorable Minister to join you, as well as our photographers, to capture the moment and make sure that it is immortalized. Your Excellency, there are a series of tokens of appreciation that have been prepared for you. And I will invite those who will be handing them over to please make their way very quickly to the presentation area so that we can acknowledge you and thank you for those donations. The first, ladies and gentlemen, comes from one of the country's leading agro-processing companies with diverse investments in new products such as stock feeds, pasta, among other things. This is none other than National Foods. And I understand, Your Excellency, that there is a truck with goods worth $5,000, and you'll be able to see that donation when we go outside for the photo shoot. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to National Foods. We have from Bata, a leather and canvas shoe-making entity that is domiciled in Gweru, but that is renowned across the continent. 2 pairs of shoes, which will now be handed to you, Your Excellency. I'm not sure if they knew your size beforehand, but experience I'm sure they can. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Bata. I'm sure the president will be showing off his new shoes. Genuine leather, 100% made in Zimbabwe, as are all the other products and goods that are being handed out today. The donations that are being gifted to our guest of honor, all locally manufactured. And smart notangira kutsoka. yozokwidza ichienda kumusoro because taakupiwa ma-shirts 10. Paramount Garments, the biggest garment manufacturing company based in Harare, Southerton area, has donated 10 shirts to you, Your Excellency. May we give a big round of applause to Paramount Garments. Thank you so much to Paramount Garments. In your presentation, sir, you made mention of the fact that the future belongs to those who are sustainable, those who are green. We have Bronze Pels, which is a company, the only LPG gas cylinder manufacturing entity in Southern Africa. They are based out in Mount Hampton industrial area, and they are donating 3 gas tanks to you, Your Excellency. One is 5 kgs, the other is 9 kgs, and the biggest one is 19 kilograms. Thank you so much to Bronze Pels, the only gas cylinder manufacturing entity in Southern Africa. Thank you so much, Bronze Pel, for that donation. Allow me, Your Excellency, to now call upon our next token of appreciation. It is from a visual artist from Domboshawa. Now, I know that people who look good in photos are called photogenic. Last week, you received a portrait as well, Your Excellency. So people who have artwork and paintings done for them, I'm not sure what term they use. I'm sure it's not photogenic, but I'm sure there is a term. Clearly, you are that, Your Excellency, because we see so many of these portraits. This one is almost, in fact, it is bigger than life size. Ladies and gentlemen, a portrait of the president, and it is titled Leading the Industrialization Agenda from the Front. May we please show it to the delegates so they can appreciate the talent that we have. Keith Zenda is the visual artist. He's based in Domboshawa, and this piece of artwork is called Leading the Industrialization Agenda from the Front. Thank you so much to Keith Zenda. One of the country's leading agro-processing companies based in Masasa, specializing in production of flour, mealie meal, pasta, amongst others. Your Excellency, it is Blue Ribbon, and they have gifted you with 1 ton of mealie meal. That mealie meal is on a truck that is outside in the HICC grounds, which you'll be able to see and take delivery of when we go for the photo session after this. But these are the representatives of Blue Ribbon. May we please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the young people of this country have a critical role to play in economic development and industrialization. We have a youth-led company that is based in Avondale. They are called King's Leather. I can tell you that they also export quite extensively, and they have made you a leather bag, which is also one of our tokens of appreciation. Thank you to King's Leather. It looks like it's already packed with something. I'm not sure what's inside. They will find out soon enough. Thank you so much to King's Leather. Last but by no means least, Your Excellency, mfana wenyu wamapabasa, the one you assigned wamata asunge dzisimbe. Your Excellency, from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, our Honorable Minister will also hand over a token of appreciation to you. It is a leather bag, courtesy of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please put our hands together to thank the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Thank you so much to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Honorable Minister, we thank you so much. Your Excellency, that marks the end of the tokens of appreciation that we had for you. I will kindly request once again, Your Excellency, that you resume your seat at the top table for our final order of business. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. To deliver our vote of thanks, allow me to call upon a veteran industrialist. As children growing up, this is a name we heard often, chairman of boards, sitting on boards, a true titan of industry in Zimbabwe. It is Mr. Kumbirai Katsande. May we please give him a round of applause as he comes up to deliver his vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. Your Excellency, our President and the Honorable Vice President, our Parent Minister, and with your indulgence, Your Excellency, I will ride on the protocols already observed. It's not easy. It's coming to the end. We really need to end on a high note. I'm not sure that my few words can be higher than the presentations which have already been made. But Your Excellency, I readily accepted the invitation from the Minister to come and say a vote of thanks because we have a good story to tell. I think when we leave this conference, we are going to leave encouraged. Your speech was very encouraging. You really hit all the notes, thanking industry for all that they are doing. And at the same time, you have presented some challenges, which are going to be debated later today and tomorrow. The ministers gave views on their contributions from their industries and how they see things. We are really hoping that some of them, as much as is possible, they can stay on for the remainder of this amazing conference. Let me just note a few points that really touched me, Your Excellency, that you raised. You noted the amazing retooling that has taken place, but I also heard you say more work must be done. So we cannot rest on our laurels, good as they are. A colleague was mentioning to me the GDP contribution of 17%, amazing as it is. Apparently, we used to be 26%. I mentioned this to the PS, Chifamba, and he said, we are coming back. And I think that's the kind of comment that we take away from here. We are coming back as an industrial nation, like you said, in the region, and to be an industrial hub for Africa. Industrialization, Your Excellency, is not just another sector. Industrialization is a mandatory path to economic development. So hopefully in our discussions, we can try to find ways how to make real your suggestions to work together between the private sector, industry, and government. And of course, the youth, the Minister of Youth was very emphatic that our youth, as was also the Minister of SMEs, we need to make sure that our youth have a place. I need to mention the stability that the economy is experiencing. This has assisted in industrialization. When we go through instability, it is manufacturing that takes a hit. And I think colleagues in manufacturing are quite excited. I'm going to ask us to do something. I've not seen us do this, Your Excellency. And I think our visitors, I hope, can indulge with us. When we thank somebody, varume vanoridza gushi, and then the women mopururudza. And I'm looking to my sister to lead, my mchangwa. Yes. So can we please tirove gushi to His Excellency the President for coming to officially open this amazing industrialization conference. Tatenda, President, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Vakatsande, for that vote of thanks. Allow me, as the final words that will be said on this podium, to please acknowledge once again, and I will do this very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, and Your Excellency. Tongat Hewlett, POSB, Varun Beverages, Delta Beverages, Cutrag Processors, Mutapa Investment Fund, Dinson Iron and Steel, Suni Feng, Inscore, Zim Gold, Star Africa, Nestle, Blue Ribbon, Supreme Brands, Prospect Lithium, National Foods, Research Council of Zimbabwe, Portraz, Mega Market, Inscore, Trade Kings, Steelmate, Jamza Group, Bata Shoe Company, Oxen Mining Services, Net One, PPC, and Paramount Garments. Those are the sponsors of this event. May we please give them a round of applause for making this possible. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the official opening ceremony. What remains is for me to ask His Excellency and his top entourage to take their leave and ask the honorable ministers who will be joining him for the photo shoot to please do so and join him as they go for the photo shoot. They will also be joined. May we please give the President a round of applause as he leaves, ladies and gentlemen. If the following may also go and join the ministers for the photo shoot. I know we have the head of UNECA. If we could have someone from UNECA, from the United Nations, if we could have our sponsors also joining them and being part of that entourage so they can do a photo shoot outside outside the HICC. Let me just give you the full list here. We have Nestle, we have Supreme Brands, Blue Ribbon Foods, Varun Beverages, Suni Feng, Kaya Cement, Zim Gold, Inscore Village Dairy Board, Mr. Ema Juru, you're also meant to be part of that, Professor Gift Mugano, Dr. Matanire, Ambassador Chifamba, if you have not already gone, Honorable Chidua, if you may also make your way to that photo shoot that will be taking place. We also have the African Leather Institute, COMESA, and UNECA. Deputy Ministers, please may you join the entourage that is left for the photo shoot that will be taking place outside the HICC VIP lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please take your seats so that we can give you the logistics announcements around lunch, which will be the next item on our agenda. Our lunch will be as follows, and I know that we will have the team from the ministry as well as AEDS distributing lunch tickets very shortly. Our VIPs, and I know the colors for the VIP tickets will be different from those that will be allotted to the other delegates. So when you get your tickets, you will know that you are VIP. You will be having lunch in the VIP lounge, which is on our right-hand side. So you can use the exit that is behind us on your left, or the exit that has just been used by the top table as they left, and all other delegates will be having their lunch in Ruby A. Lunch tickets are going to be distributed by the team from the ministry and AEDS here in this auditorium. So please remain in your seats, and those tickets are being brought to you. If you do not get a ticket for some reason, please visit the registration desk and you will be given a ticket. I can see the tickets going around now. Please get those lunch tickets while we have those tickets being dished out and distributed. Once you get it, you can leave and go for lunch, but we'll have some amazing entertainment from the fantastic police band.
All right, and after lunch, we are going to continue with some more panel discussions. So do ensure you return for those discussions. And of course, later in the evening, there is going to be a dinner hosted where the guest of honor, rather, is going to be the Minister of ICT, where conversations on AI innovation skills and industrial upgrading will be held in here.
If we can be back